So next year when he comes, we will see that how the tree is growing.
Come and see this tree. So tell me something about this tree.
This is a banyan tree.
Banyan.
Okay.
Very happy.
This is a
Pure oxygen. Pure oxygen.
Pure oxygen. This is growing slowly, and life is very.
So Ashokan sir, after 500 years, we expect you here.
Oh. Every year for next 500 years.
Hanumanji Ashwatthama.
Yes. Sir, sure. पावड्याने एक जण खाली करा द्या ते पावडा द्या एक पावड्या या ढकला
सगळ्यांच्या हाताने ढकला
पुढचं करतील पुढचं करतील थँक्यू सर बस थँक्यू
सर थोडं बघा एक मिनिट
Planted by
ये सबको एक चीज की याद दिलाते
सेम
म्हणजे 5 वर्ष आहेत.
सेम रो
तुम्ही इकडून दादा
सब सेम है.
सब बने नाही हो बा.
पहिलवान ट्री होऊ शकत नाही.
मेरे सर दिस इज हैप्पीनेस ट्री. हंसते रहो इसको देख के.
यस सर. नहीं रुका था ना.
कार्यक्रमात दुपारी 4 वाजे
प्रेसिडेंट आहे आमच्या
थैंक यू उल्हास फॉर गिविंग दिस ऑनर टू मी. ये कल ही पड़ेगा उसको.
बाकी पाहुण्यांनी परत
उद्याच वाढणार ते
अजून
झाड.
पेंडिंग.
थांबा एक मिनिट सर ते पण येत आहेत त्यांना सर
या जळगाव आहे. Sir, from this place to up to 4 kilometers from here towards north side. Entire land belongs to our trust. Up to 4 kilometers.
समृद्धी लाइज वेल.
Okay.
बात है. डायलॉग दौड़ रही है. डायलॉग अपडेट है.
साधू संत येती घरा तोची दिवाळी दसरा या सगळ्या ज्ञानी लोकांच्या संगतीत ही आपली उल्हास पाटील मेडिकलचा हॉल हा पूर्ण ज्ञानमय पंढरीमय झालेला आहे. आणि ह्यांनी जे ह्या विद्यार्थ्यांनी जे प्रस्तुतीकरण केलेलं आहे त्यांना आपण एकदा टाळ्या वाजवून दाद द्यावी अशी माझी. Very good morning everyone. I, Dr. Ragini Patil, welcome you all for this gala event, Healthcare Conclave, which is organized by IMA Jalgaon in collaboration with Ulhas Patil Medical College. The main purpose of this event is to enhance unity amongst the doctors, and it also provides a platform for interaction between IMA and medical students and budding doctors. On behalf of Ulhas Patil Medical College and IMA Jalgaon, I welcome you all. The student Srushti Sonpasare will welcome you all the delegates with her charming Bharatnatyam classical dance. I invite her on stage. Srushti Sonpasare. Ganpati Bappa. Wow, very graceful dance, Srushti. It's my immense pleasure to welcome our National President, Dr. Asokan, IMA Headquarters, Delhi, and all IMA dignitaries. I also welcome esteemed IMA members and office bearers all over India. I would like to invite Dr. Ulhas Patil, sir, Chairman Ulhas Patil Medical College, which is our earnest and steady support. So please come on the stage. IMA President Jalgaon, Dr. Nahata, sir, man of morals and knowledge. Sir, please come on the stage. We are going to felicitate our guests. Organizing chairman of this event and chairman HBI IMA Maharashtra State, Dr. Anil Patil. Dr. Tushar Bendade, Secretary IMA Jalgaon and organizing secretary of this event. Dr. Ketki Patil, member of Ulhas Medical College, and special introduction to her. This hall in which we are sitting is on her name, Ketki Hall. So we'll start our felicitation without wasting time because we are short of time. I request Dr. Ulhas Patil sir to felicitate Dr. R.V. Asokan sir, National President, IMA Headquarters, Delhi. He is our first speaker and he is our chief guest also. Give him a big hand. I would like to invite Dr. Jayesh Lele sir, Vice President IMA Headquarters. Dr. Ulhas Patil sir will felicitate him with bouquet. Sir, please take your seats. I would like to invite Dr. Ravi Wankhedkar sir. I'll invite Dr. Shivkumar Utture sir, Vice President-elect IMA. Dr. Nahata sir will felicitate him with bouquet. Dr. Anil Pasnekar sir, Vice President IMA Headquarters, moderator of the lecturer. Dr. Nahata sir will felicitate him with bouquet. Dr. Ravindra Kutte sir, President IMA Maharashtra. Dr. Anil Patil will felicitate Dr. Ravindra Kutte sir. Dr. Santosh Kadam sir, Secretary IMA Maharashtra. Dr. Anil Patil will felicitate Dr. Santosh Kadam sir. Dr. Mangesh Pate, Treasurer, Vice Chairman, Action Committee, IMA Headquarters. Dr. Ketki Patil will felicitate. Dr. Satyan Mantri, IMA Maharashtra Joint Secretary. Dr. Ketki Patil will felicitate Dr. Satyan Mantri with bouquet. Dr. Santosh Kulkarni, past President, IMA Maharashtra Joint Secretary. Dr. Ulhas Bendade, Dr. Tushar Bendade will felicitate Dr. Santosh Kulkarni. Dr. Padmakar Somvanshi sir, Vice President IMA Maharashtra. Dr. Dinesh Thakre, President-elect Maharashtra. Dr. Ulhas Patil sir will felicitate Dr. Dinesh Thakre. Dr. Padmakar Somvanshi, Vice President IMA Maharashtra. Dr. Ajay Saha, President IMA MSN Maharashtra. Dr. Ulhas Patil sir will felicitate him. Dr. Shiv Joshi, Chairman IMA MSN Maharashtra. Dr. Nahata sir will felicitate him. Dr. Prashant Bhudada, past President IMA Nasik. Dr. Tushar Bendale will felicitate him. Please come on the stage. Dr. Vasant Lunje, Member Blood Donation Committee, IMA Headquarters. Dr. Swapnanjali, IMA President Nasik. Dr. Swapnanjali Kadam. Dr. Ketki will felicitate Dr. Swapnanjali. Dr. Londe sir, past President IMA. Past President IMA Maharashtra. Dr. Nahata sir will felicitate him. So, I'll request all dignitaries to have seat. All delegates, please take your seats.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Member of Blood Donation Committee, IMA Headquarters. Dr. Ulhas Patil will felicitate him. I would like to call upon Dr. Padmakar Somavanshi, Vice President IMA Maharashtra. I would like to call upon Dr. Indranil Deshmukh. Dr. Nahata sir will felicitate him. Dr. Mahajan from IMA Aurangabad would like to felicitate Dr. R.V. Asokan sir. Dr. Mahajan sir from IMA Aurangabad. Asokan sir. I would like to call upon Dr. R.V. Kar sir, Dean, Ulhas Patil Medical College. Dr. Nahata sir will felicitate him. After this, I'll hand over mic to Dr. Bharat Borole for IMA prayer and flag salutation. Please, I'll request all of you to stand up for IMA prayer and flag salutation.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Kindly repeat the prayer after me. May everybody be happy. May everybody be healthy. May everybody be free from pain. May everybody be free from sorrow. May we be healing cure beyond every grade and lure. Now flag salutation, do not repeat. We, the members of Indian Medical Association, stand here to salute our national flag. Its honor and glory shall be our light and strength, and its course shall be our course. We pledge our allegiance to it and realizing our responsibilities as the accredited members of the national organization. We swear we will dedicate everything in our power to see it fly high in the community of nations. Jai Hind, long live IMA. Long live. Now I request Dr. Ulhas Patil sir, Chairman, Godavari Foundation, to guide us. Thanks.
Respected Dr. Asokan sir, respected chief guest of this function, respected faculties for today's program, respected members of national and state IMA and Jalgaon district IMA association, respected dean sir of this institute, respected faculties of this institute, respected members of IMA from Jalgaon, Bhusawal, Sauda, and few from Vidarbha, and all my dear students sitting in this hall number 1, that is Ketki Hall, and also the second hall, which is Dr. N.S. Arvikar Hall. Dr. N.S. Arvikar is our dean, and respected members of media from state level, and dear friends. First of all, I welcome Dr. Asokan sir in this premises. This is a great opportunity to me and also to all our students to have his 68th birthday celebration in this campus. So on this occasion, we have planted a tree which will last more than 1,000 years. I also welcome all the respected stalwarts from the state of Maharashtra who are the office bearers, who are the policy makers, who are the advisors to the government of Maharashtra in various aspects, and all these stalwarts who have come here, they have given very informative suggestions to the government of Maharashtra at various levels. So I welcome all of you in these premises. Today, Dr. Asokan sir is going to have an interaction with all the students. When Dr. Rao Sahib Kute and Dr. Anil Patil, they came to know that Dr. Asokan is now the next IMA president. The IMA, that is Indian Medical Association, is the strongest and the biggest NGO of doctors all over the world. It has more than 4 lakhs members, and it has more than 5,000, 2,000 branches, and the headquarters is at Delhi. And I am very proud to be feeling that I am always blessed by senior colleagues of IMA. I am supported always by the senior members of IMA, and I got an opportunity to fight against the NMC Act with Dr. Asokan and Mr. Dr. Mangesh Pate and Dr. Utture and Lele sir. That time, we were very much afraid that there will be mushrooming, there will be mixopathies, there will be all interactions, there will be all interventions from non-authorized persons, from non-doctors locals, non-doctors organizations in the development of this very pure medical field, and the things have started now. So every time whenever I have an opportunity to draft some policy along with respected members of IMA in Delhi headquarters, I used to observe Dr. Asokan. And I am very proud to say that his drafting, his depth of knowledge regarding the medical field, regarding policies, regarding development, regarding primary health care, is absolutely one of the topmost level, and he is an asset for Indian Medical Association, not only of Indian Medical Association, but for the entire nation, for entire medical fraternity, to suggest the government of India for various developmental activity for the medical association and medical doctors. So whenever I came to know, when I came to know that Dr. Asokan is planning to come to Maharashtra, I requested him and I spoke to him, our professor and director Dr. Anil Patil. He contacted him. My best friend Dr. Rao Sahib Kute, he contacted him, and he immediately agreed to come to this very, very small city, a very, very small developing institute. So we are very proud, today we are feeling very proud that such a dignitary has come in this premises and is going to guide all of us. Sir, regarding our Jalgaon IMA, our IMA is just one of the branch in Maharashtra. All the time there are happenings in this IMA branch of Jalgaon. We are trying to provide, we are trying to support each and every activity which has been required, which has been asked by the national level IMA, even also state level IMA, and our member Dr. Anil Patil and all the associate members, they are also taking active parts in various activities like IMA and Hospital Board of India. When I was coming with Honorable Dr. Asokan, me and Anil and Dr. Sunil Nahata put a request to Dr. Asokan, sir, we will like to organize a national level event of Hospital Board of India, and sir has consented, sir has agreed that I will support you to organize that national level event at Jalgaon city. So we are very proud and we are very thankful to him. In future, definitely Jalgaon IMA can host this type of conference. Secondly, our members, more than 800 members are there of Jalgaon IMA. We unitedly work, we unitedly decide the betterment of the doctors of our region. We are always there to take care of our faculties whenever there is some problem to the faculties. And this way, every year, we give an opportunity to one member to become the chairman and one member to become secretary. So here there is no fight for any chair. We are unanimously, we are honoring this post of chairman and our secretary without holding any type of elections. Otherwise, you must be knowing किसको फिक्र थी कि कबीले का क्या हुआ. उत्तरे सर, किसको फिक्र थी कि कबीले का क्या हुआ, सब लड़ रहे थे सरदार कौन है. तो this type of Sardar fight is not there in Jalgaon IMA. So we are conducting various activity, and today along with Jalgaon IMA and the student wing of our IMA in our medical college and also Government Medical College Jalgaon, this event is organized, and I am very confident that there will be lot of questions, a lot of queries from the student side. So please put some time for the solving the queries of the students. I will request Asokan sir, your flight is missed. You please continue, because this opportunity we will not get in future. So with this, I welcome all the dignitaries on this stage, and also I am thankful to Dr. Asokan for giving us this opportunity for conducting this health conclave. Thank you.
I would like to call upon Dr. R.V. Asokan and Dr. Ravindra Kute to launch of Women Empowerment Lecture Series of IMA Maharashtra. Dr. Asokan sir and Dr. Ravindra Kute sir. Women Empowerment Lecture Series of IMA Maharashtra by Dr. R.V. Asokan and Dr. Ravindra Kute.
round of applause.
I would like to call upon Ms. Bushra and Mr. Ruhan. I'll hand over mic to them to launch of GDN membership promotion in Jalgaon.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, respected dignitaries, fellow medicos, and friends. I am Bushra Khan, HRD subcommittee member for IMA MS in Maharashtra.
And I am Ruhan, State Council member for the term 23-24. Before we move ahead to the next keynote address of this program, we would like to take this opportunity to enlighten you about IMA MSN.
Indian Medical Association is the only representative voluntary organization of doctors of modern scientific system of medicine, which looks after the interest of doctors as well as the well-being of the community at large.
It was established in 1928 under the guidance of Dr. Bidan Chandra Roy. IMA is the largest association of doctors with more than 357,000 doctors across India. It is also a founding member of the World Medical Association.
MSN is the Medical Students Network. It is the students wing of IMA aiming to connect medical students from all the medical colleges in India with the same purpose and goals as IMA, while also providing a means of extracurricular activities to the students which most medical colleges in India lack. Incorporated in the 60th Central Council of IMA on 27 and 28 December 1999, held at Pune.
The objectives of IMA MSN are to sensitize the students in Medical College of Modern Medicine about IMA and its activities with an aim to enroll them as a member of IMA in future.
The focus areas of IMA MSN being public health, medical education, research, cultural activities.
Here at IMA MSN, we encourage the participation of students in national medical conferences organized by IMA MSN and in collaboration with the best medical colleges in India.
To organize and participate in certified offline and online awareness events.
To participate in academic events such as national and state level debates, poster, case presentations and quizzes.
To attend seminars and talks by experts from various fields of medicine like this one.
To volunteer in health camps, screening camps and visits to several national institutions.
To join observership programs in various super specialty hospitals.
To get the support for research activities.
And to get an opportunity to network with fellow medical students of your state.
Here is the glimpse of certain amazing IMA MSN events. In collaboration with the Department of Education International Chair in Bioethics WMA Cooperating Center, IMA JDN Maharashtra, IMA MSN Maharashtra and AMSA Bioethics Unit had organized a bioethics boot camp on the 25th of September 2022 in Mumbai.
CAISMA was an inter-college state-level medical debate held at GMC Nagpur, which included interesting topics of debates such as euthanasia or physician-associated suicide should be legalized, use of surrogate pregnancy on demand should be legalized, medical seats should not be increased without improving facilities, and many such more interesting topics.
IMA National Conclave held at the IMA headquarters New Delhi of 27 November 2022. The Maharashtra delegation included Dr. Shiv Joshi Sir, Dr. Akshay Yadav and Rishi Damecha.
IMA MSN and JDN even arranged a free screening for the members of the movie Dr. G. The movie had a very refreshing take on the current scenario of government hospitals and touches on several things like violence against doctors, stigma against male gynecologists, and many more. We urge you all to become a part of this brilliant organization, looking forward to create changes in the lives of budding medical students across the country.
Now, I would like all the dignitaries to kindly move ahead and launch the IMA membership drives poster.
I would request Dr. R.V. Asokan sir, Dr. Ravindra Kutte sir, and all of the dignitaries to please come ahead for the poster launch. I would also request Dr. Ajoy Saha sir, the chairperson for IMA JDN Maharashtra, and Dr. Shiv Joshi sir, the chairperson for IMA MSN Maharashtra.
Everyone, please give them a huge round of applause.
Sir, just I'll take 15. He is my son. He studies here. Sir's college. He is in final MBBS.
I request all dignitaries to come in front of stage and have their seat. Won't you, sir? Yes.
I take this opportunity to declare inaugurated the Women Doctors Wing initiative of women empowerment lectures across the state. I also declare inaugurated the membership campaign for the Junior Doctors Wing of Indian Medical Association of Maharashtra State. Thank you.
Dr. R.V. Asokan, an eminent speaker, as a chief guest. I'll introduce him in brief. Dr. Asokan is a general physician running 26-bedded hospital along with his wife, Dr. Laila, who is gynecologist. He is practicing at Punalur in Kerala since 1983. He was IMA State Secretary of Kerala for 3 years and later its state president. He established IMAGE, the biomedical waste project of IMA Kerala State branch in 26 acres of land in Palakkad. He brought 100 crores rupees global fund public and private mixed TB project to IMA. He also served as a national coordinator for 6 years. He served in the strategy and technical advisory group of TB of WHO Geneva for 2 years. He was National Secretary of IMA Hospital Board of India for 4 years and its chairman for 4 years. He was the Honorary Secretary General of IMA for 2 years, 2019 and 2020. He was elected unanimously as IMA National Elect for 2024. He serves a board member of STOP Stop TB in partnership with Geneva. He is the right person to discuss and interact with the issues of medical students and young doctors. So I invite Dr. Asokan for the same and request him to proceed further. And I also request Dr. Mangesh Patil and Dr. Ravindra Kute for moderatorship of this lecture. The last 10 minutes of this session are reserved for the question and answers. And please don't hesitate to ask if you have any queries. Dr. Mangesh Patil and Dr. Ravindra Kute, please come on the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Sarvanna Namaskar. Well said in Gita, what flows incidentally is creation. What flows naturally means change. Change being the only constant. And who is change maker? None other than Dr. Ulhas Patil, Varsha Patil. Our today's chief guest, Dr. R.V. Ashokan sir, the most respected and beloved national president-elect, inspirational and motivational guru, and one who has biggest contribution for RNTCP programs. Our IMA Samrat, Dr. R.V. Ashokan sir, welcome to Maharashtra and best wishes on your birthday, sir. Dr. Jayesh Lele, Dr. Shivakumar Utture, Dr. Ulhas Patil, President Godavari Foundation, ex-MP and the visionary leader, Dr. Santosh Kadam, Dr. Anil Pachnekar, Dr. Anil Patil, Dr. Mangesh Pate, Dr. Sunil Nahata, Dr. Tushal Bendale, Dr. Arvikar, Dr. Varsha Patil, Dr. Satyan Mantri, Dr. Ketki Patil, Dr. Vaibhav Patil, Dr. Swapnanjali Avva, Dr. Shiv Joshi, Dr. Indranil, Dr. Ajay Saha, Dr. Santosh Kulkarni, Dr. Londe, Padmakar Somonshi, all the invited dignitaries, and my friend Dr. Mangesh Pate, moderator of this first session. Sir, thank you for inaugurating the Women Doctor Wing series of lectures, and secondly, the MSN JDN membership drive. While traveling and visiting most of the branches in Maharashtra, we found that either the president is a woman doctor, secretary is a woman doctor, or whole of the team is woman. And so we decided that because of their great contribution to Indian Medical Association Maharashtra, why there should not be series of lectures, and from today onwards, we have inaugurated the series of lectures on women empowerment. उत्तम भाष्यकार आणि उत्तम श्रोतृवर्ग असला का त्या सभेचा परिमळ असं म्हणतात दरवळतो. अशा प्रकारची ही सभा नव्हे महासभा, कॉन्क्लेव्ह नव्हे, इट्स अ मेगा कॉन्क्लेव्ह. आज डॉक्टर उल्हास पाटील मेडिकल फाउंडेशन मेडिकल कॉलेज जळगाव यांच्या वतीने या ठिकाणी आयोजित केलेला आहे. वन थिंग आय वॉन्ट टू टेल अबाउट उल्हास पाटील बिफोर प्रोसिडिंग टू दिस सेशन. पाणिनी नावाचा एक व्याकरणकार होता, संस्कृतकार होता, परंतु सुरुवातीला त्याची काही कारणास्तव विद्येकडे त्याची मती नव्हती आणि अनेक विद्यापीठाने गुरुकुलाने त्याला परमिशन नाकारलेलं होतं. तेव्हा एका विद्वानाला ज्योतिषाला त्याने आपला हात दाखवला. त्या विद्वानाने देखील त्याचा हात पाहून सांगितला का बाळ तुझ्या ह्या हातावर विद्येची रेषा नाही. त्या पाणिनीने शेजारचा एक अंकुचदार दगड घेतला आणि आपल्या तळ हातावर दोन्ही हातावरच्या रेषा त्या ठिकाणी काढून टाकल्या. हात रक्तबंबाळ झाला. सातत्य आणि संघर्षाने प्रयत्न करून 17-18 तास काम करून हा पाणिनीने हा अध्यायदिशा ग्रंथ लिहिला. तो आज कॉम्प्युटर सायन्सला मार्गदर्शक आहे. आणि पाणिनीनंतर आपल्या भाग्यविधाते आपल्या रेषा बदलणारा कोण असेल तर डॉक्टर उल्हास पाटील जळगाव. He is being my batchmate, my roommate for 4 years. We are proud of you, Dr. Ulhas. जे साम्राज्य उभा करायला 3 जनरेशन लागतात. कोणीतरी आंबा लावलं तर नातू त्याचे फळं खातो, परंतु ज्याने आंबा लावला आणि त्याने फळं चाखली एकमेव डॉक्टर उल्हास पाटील. Dr. R.V. Ashokan sir, Dr. Mangesh Pate, and the esteemed audience. Issues in front of medical students and junior doctors. Yes, this is a mega gathering and the issues in front of junior doctors are rising. Today we are lucky enough fortunate enough to have Dr. R.V. Ashokan sir in our campus. As far as MS and JDN in Maharashtra is concerned, we are contributing more than 50% of the national membership. And in the concessional membership drive, we have crossed 50 members in last 15 days. In each and every program of IMA, we are involving MSN and JDN wing. Even our installation, Mastercon at Shirdi, there were 100 plus MSN JDN students from Godavari Medical Foundation working for consecutive 3 days. And the issues we are tackling of junior doctors, training, working 16 to 18 hours, exhaustive work, their training, regular CME and postgraduate lectures, job opportunities and placement. And I'm happy to announce, with the help of State Secretary, Dr. Santosh Kadam, we can arrange for 1,432 placements of junior doctors. Violence and safety, medical college, hospital, they should be declared as safe zone. And most of the incidences, unfortunately, happen in medical colleges, like the Yavatmal, Nagpur, Mumbai, and so on, where IMA was immediately intervene and solve the problems of violence against junior doctors. Workplace challenges, their stipend, their food, their accommodation, everywhere. Recently at Mumbai also, our members, IMA, they intervene. Medical entrepreneurship, leadership, exchange programs, research, and patent. Recently, we are going to launch on patent of in the field of in medical field with the help of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, and this will be free services without any cost. So I welcome Dr. R.V. Ashokan sir, and I will request him to address on the issues of junior doctors. Welcome, sir.
President of IMA Maharashtra State, Dr. Ravindra Kutte, who has been for the past 15 days coordinating. And I also understand this IMA year, he has been traveling throughout the Maharashtra state, visiting more than 200 branches. Thank you for your sacrifice, sir. Dr. Sunil Nata, the President of Jalgaon IMA branch, a very senior and role model doctor that I met only today, but quite impressed me with his demeanor and etiquette. Even though a couple of the national presidents that Maharashtra has produced are not here, I will choose to address them, to acknowledge their contribution. Dr. Ravindra Vangetkar, the hero of NMC struggle. He took charge as the national president of Indian Medical Association. And looking at the opportunity of the weak moment of one-day-old president, the government moved in the NMC Act. Not to be discouraged was the most courageous person, Dr. Ravindra Vangetkar. He declared an all India strike. The very next day, the most courageous person, a most courageous national president ever produced, came from Maharashtra. And that sent the correct message. The second national president, Dr. Ashoka Dao, he was a bulwark against when the government brought in a 3-year course in modern medicine, BRMS. It was Ashoka Dao again who stood up. These are giants of medical profession which Maharashtra state has produced. Dr. Ulhas Patil, I just told him in the morning, for your stature and for your, the respect that you command in the community as well as the medical fraternity, look at the humility and the simpleness. I'm just floored. When I met him in 2018 along with Ravindra Vanketkar, he was there for a couple of months, every day in IMA headquarters, anchoring our fight against National Medical Commission. I remember, we will never forget your contribution to the medical fraternity. And now I realize you are much more than that, because I was introduced to you as that Rajya Sabha member, and you gave us a licensing opportunity with powers that be in the corridor of power. But now I see that you are nurturing education across this region. I am sure you will be as revered as Sri Phule is and Mahatma Phule is. And let God bless your work. I am quite impressed with the amount of work and the humility that sits on your shoulders. You are a role model human being for all of us. Jayesh Lele, only the second honorary Secretary General outside Delhi. In the almost 100 years of Indian Medical Association history, Dr. Jayesh Lele is only the second honorary Secretary General outside Delhi. That's the importance of the man, unassuming. Anil Pashnekar, he brought in a model in Dharavi during COVID. And you look at this man, the most happiest man on earth. And he, spills over optimism. He infects optimism. And Shiv Kumar Uttare, the most learned gentleman I have ever come across. When Indian Medical Association wants to countenance the giants of WMA, it is this gentleman who is allowed to go and wrestle with their drafts. Because most of them are abstract, we don't even understand. And a giant of a person, the president of Maharashtra Medical Council, Dr. Dinesh Thackeray, one of the very hard-working incoming president-elect. His contribution in the area of Hospital Board of India, tremendous. One of the upcoming leaders of National IMA. Dr. Santosh Kadam, the very active State Secretary of Maharashtra. Dr. Ramakrishna Londe, very revered past president of IMA Maharashtra. Dr. Mangesh Pate, a great leader, upcoming leader, a man during the floods of Maharashtra. This man made a difference to so many lives. And a man whom the leadership of IMA had trusted in preparing so many documents. And he has been the National Secretary of Hospital Board of India and State Secretary of Maharashtra. Dr. Anil Patil, very interesting man. I got to know him only now. Very interesting man and a thorough gentleman. So much so, today morning I accidentally closed the door and his finger got. But he did not even express a displeasure. Such a thorough gentleman and very good organizer. And the team that he has is a superb team. And I understand he is the anchor for the IMA Jalgaon branch. Dr. Arvikar, the Dean of this medical college, Dr. Varsha Patel and Dr. Ketki Patel, the family that stands behind Dr. Ulhas Patil, let their benevolence be benefiting every one of us. Dr. Swapnalanjali, Dr. Ajay Saha, Dr. Satyan Mandri, Dr. Tushar, and another young man whom fought along with us in NMC is none other than our young leader, Dr. Shiv Joshi, one of the very promising gentlemen and a very promising leader of not only of IMA, of the medical fraternity, now works with WHO. I also recognize Dr. Indranil Deshmukh, leader of JDN, IMA leaders of Maharashtra, medical teachers, resident doctors, medical students. I am aware that I have to be brief. There are two classes of people who have fleeting mind. One is children, another is doctors. Neither of them can look at something more than 30 seconds. So I have to capture whatever I want to tell you in those fleeting moments of your attention. But what I am going to tell you should not discourage you, because it's our duty, the duty of the seniors, to walk you into the real life that is going to be yours once you graduate. I understand there are a lot of medical students. I am sure there are also young doctors here. So I chose to talk on this topic. Let me have the slides. Let me begin by saying that IMA is your second home. Please remember this throughout your life. There is nowhere else you can run whenever you need help. You all know Dr. Vandana Das. I come from her area. I was there in the crime scene within an hour. There were 3 policemen and 3 security guards when she was killed. She was killed with an artery forceps. Artery forceps, not even a scissors. Think about the brutalness of the thing. You know, among the around 50 persons who were around there in the casualty and outside, only one person ran to her help. That was her colleague, the male house surgeon. Remember this. Remember this. At any point of time, at any issue, throughout your life and throughout your career, it will be only your brother or sister in the medical fraternity who will come back to you. That is why IMA is your second home. You can always look upon IMA. This is no small NGO. It's a nation builder. We have a heritage of participating in the freedom struggle. IMA was organized in 1928 for organizing the doctors in freedom struggle. It was part of the pre-independence Congress movement. That is why IMA's annual conference, even today, falls on 28th of December, which is the date of the All India Congress pre-independence movement. So we have a very rich heritage in Indian Medical Association. So I am happy that I am able to address you on that platform. I'll try to, cut short to 10 or 15 minutes, take questions if you want. If you send few questions, that is also okay. That can, organize few in a small bit of paper, you can send on anything. Or impromptu, you can ask questions. Next. Right. I am sure we will start with the students. Next is the biggest injustice. You do it. Next is the biggest injustice that has been heaped on the medical students. When the government is planning to allow lateral entry and mid-level practitioners, here are qualified medical practitioners who have been passing through a system for so many years, who are the proud of India throughout the world. where they are being now asked to go through something which I am sure they also don't understand. Next is something which is being imposed on students. It's a great injustice. This was part of our NMC struggle. No to Next was a movement which we initiated. Next, now becoming a reality. We need to at least put up a resistance. When somebody is going to stamp you violently, at least you have to raise a hand, is it not? We cannot go down. We are a proud fraternity. We cannot go down. We need to resist. So that is one of the reasons I chose this. There are two next, as you know, there is going to be next one, next two. Next one is going to be, conducted for an objective type. And the most injustice is that you are going to be asked questions from all the 5-year subjects. Objective questions on all 5-year subjects, which as a doctor I understand. So difficult to even comprehend medicine and surgery along with OG. And what will be the plight of the students who want to answer anatomy questions? This is a great, I really do not know which sick mind thought of it. It's going to be 5 years objective question, all India. Now again, that is a injustice. There are institutions of merit where, the teachers are from great faculties. And there are colleges across India where children from first generation literates come. They cannot be treated equal. They cannot be treated. They are not equals. There has to be equanimity. And at least even if they plan that, they should give at least 5 years time that these medical colleges catch up. So, next one, we have an issue. The next one again is 3-in-1. Next one is your MBBS passing exam. Next one is your licentiate exam, a new concept. A new concept from persons I don't know who never lived in India. I think these are copy paste from United States. And the licentiate exam, and then it's also your NEET exam. So how is this possible? Now anybody, what is a license? License, you find the least common denominator, whether you have the skill to attend to a patient. That's the least common denominator. By NEET PG, what do? You find the best of the brains which are going to, higher education on subspecialties and super specialties. How will you, bring into one question paper these interests of, least common denominator and also capture the high intelligent patients, and what sort of a result it is going to produce? This is anarchy. This is anarchy in medical education. And the unkindest cut is NEET 2. What was the need for NEET 2? What is the need for NEET 2? After finishing house surgeonship, please allow our children to practice. What is there? Again, you want to conduct an examination? And what it talks about NMC's capacity to regulate our medical colleges as well as our house surgency programs. At least if we rise, we can stop NEET 2. We need to stop NEET 2. NEET 1 is injustice enough. Whether we will be able to stop or not, we do not know. IMA is ready to give leadership. IMA is thought through. We are with the students. Then the NEP in the medical education. You might have heard about national education policy, I am sure, as children, even the elders. But what it does to medical education is unpardonable. There are only half a page in the whole of the document about medical education. This highest form of education doesn't find a suitable mention in the national education policy. The first thing that they are going to do is to abolish all health universities. All the medical universities across the country who are verticals, who have the capacity and the expertise to inculcate medical curriculum into newer generations are going to be abolished. They are going to dilute you into mega universities. Mega universities which handle veterinary, agriculture, history. What importance will medical education get? Why is this retrograde step? The second thing it talks about is it will promote medical pluralism. It's a very convenient name. I will tell you, IMA coined the term mixopathy. You will understand that better rather than the medical pluralism. Mixopathy is mixing all systems of medicine. The government is on record saying that by 2030, all medical colleges of India will be turning out only hybrid doctors. Only hybrid doctors. There won't be any longer modern medicine MBBS doctor. They may give MBBS, but that MBBS will be consisting of modern medicine and other systems of medicine taught in your 5-year curriculum. You will become a dinosaurus by 2030 because you will cease to exist. You will be an extinct species. The new breed of doctors who are going to come will not have your DNA, will not have your emotion. This is the biggest thing that is being inflicted. This is going to change the DNA, and the biggest challenge for modern medicine today is of its identity. And who else can the students change this? It's as much your problem as much the problem of the fraternity. And wait for me. The most unkindest cut is they provide for lateral entry and lateral exit. You understand what it is? And for 1 year, go through NEP. This is, I really do not know how this is happening. An art student can enter 3rd year MBBS and exit after 1 year. What type of a certificate they are going to give him? And what type of a doctor he is going to produce? And if we don't react to such things, what else we are going to do? These are gross violations of medical profession. We need to be concerned. We need to be concerned, and as a community, fraternity, we need to rise. The integrative medicine is no longer a theory. Government has given it to the Niti Aayog for forming 3 committees of officially mixing all systems in medical education, in clinical practice, in research and public health. IMA was invited to serve in the clinical practice. IMA president walked out in 2020. IMA president walked out of that committee. We resist. We will resist the effort of the Niti Aayog in trying to bring out integrative medicine in this country because it will also decimate Ayurveda. The only country that has implemented integrative medicine is China. Is China our role model in modern medicine? We are the frontier of modern medicine. Understand this today. If West is having evidence-based medicine, only India has evidence-based medicine along with clinical medicine. Clinical skills have disappeared in the West. We are the frontier. Anything which could be done anywhere can be done in India. And the bond, I will not elaborate on it, but the bond system exists both at the undergraduate level and at the postgraduate level in all states. In a very, very discouraging judgment, Supreme Court has approved bond system. I don't know why different set of principles should be applied for rest of the community and why doctors are being bonded. Next 3 slides you can. these 3 slides just to show you that it exists in all the states. Go ahead. Go ahead. I will now switch over to the young doctors. For the students, I chose this to tell you there are umpteen number of issues, but these are very urgent issues. For the young doctors, I am telling you, as of today, we have 698 medical colleges, the highest in the world. Every year, we are producing 1,06,933 MBBS doctors. In 10 years' time, this is going to be 1 million. Today, it is 1 million. In 10 years' time, it will be 2 million. So this is where IMA has stepped in. We want to be proactive. Every year IMA makes around 6,000 membership from young doctors. It is not capturing the rest of the 95,000 doctors. So IMA has brought in what is called as deemed membership. We understand the junior doctors may not be able to join IMA in its regular fee. So what is called as deemed membership? There's a direct membership of our junior doctors network with purely considering being a full member of IMA at 1,000 rupees, an affordable 1,000 rupees. Because we need each other. You need us as the banyan tree, but we need your power to fight these retrograde forces. So the other issue is that we get another 10,000 foreign medical graduates who are also equated with the best of our graduates. And the injustice is that the government and many of the faculties are telling that India is shortage of doctors. Where is the shortage? 1,50,000 of my young doctors, MBBS doctors, are sitting in the library, unemployed, frustrated, angry, without a job, for waiting to write for the need. The gap between the post-graduation and the outcoming, this thing is widening. 50,000-60,000 of doctors will not get post-graduation. At least 3 years they send at any point of time. 1,50,000 doctors are unemployed. Why don't you employ them? There is no employment opportunity. They just produce. Where is the employment? IMA thinks of 2 things. One, IMA will form a national employment exchange where at least you will get the information where you want to go, next state, whether you can serve in a remote area, you are willing. So we will form a national exchange on ourselves, take it upon ourselves, work with the governments. And we will also establish an overseas facilitating vertical, both for education and for employment. If India is going to produce 1 lakh plus doctors, IMA will see to that you get employed throughout the globe. Let Indian skill and diaspora spread to every corner of, and we will be the healers for the whole humanity. We can. So IMA will be a catalyst. These 2 things are the uppermost in my mind. I am sure with all your support, this could be done. Other things are also important, but I will just touch them. Next. The violence, you have heard all of it, I also mentioned about it. A difficult issue, a very difficult issue, very complex issue because of the failure of the successive governments to invest in health. Either in government sector or in private sector. Private sector has turned into for-profit. Government sector is not accepting employment. And there is lack of infrastructure and human resources. So there also we get into we have worked on legislations. Next. Young doctors becoming residents also have another issue. The issue of the system. The system they undergo, the residency system or whatever is in place right now, the amount of work that is being put up by our children, humanly impossible. You know what is their demand now? 60 hours per week. The demand. So what is happening? Hundreds of hours per week. You ask a laborer, he will not work for 48 hours per week. And here is the best of the brains, demanding 60 hours of work. If there is slavery in this world, that slavery is here, is on my young children. Then comes our own issues. In any institution, you join as a junior resident, you are treated like a peon. By our own hierarchy, the hierarchy in medical profession. How our young doctors are being treated leads on to the stress. In addition to the systemic inadequacies, it's also our own fraternity which is giving cruelty to our young doctors. The residency scheme came out of a revolution. The first strike in medical history, I think it should be somewhere 1975 or 76. That created the residency system. Before that, there were a lot of anarchy. Not only, now you have residency and the stipulations they don't follow. But there is a residency system. This residency system, that All India strike was led by this gentleman, Dr. Vinay Agarwal, past president of Indian Medical Association. We all have to thank this gentleman for the residency scheme of India today, because that strike went on for 95 days. They withstood, they won. They won the day for you. Why I am showing it is that in future, the next generation should tell that this is the generation which stopped integrative medicine. That's what I am looking for in you. Next. Yeah, these are only passing on points. The workplace ethics in private sector, our MBBS doctors, you know, what do they get? What do they get? They become duty doctors. They become one day, one night doctors. Is it befitting their degree? Is the society or the government giving that place to our MBBS? It's not. And what is their remuneration? Now, nurses in Kerala are getting more than my young doctors. And they are fighting for more. They are asking more than 50,000. The government sector, there is no more permanent enrollment. It's all ad hoc. You are appointed for 9 months, fired. Everywhere, including central government railways. This is a serious issue. On one side, they say that doctors are not going to villages. On another side, they don't appoint them into the government health services. How does this is hypocrisy. Next. There is something bright which I want to put up here. Don't lose the entrepreneurship of doctors. Indian doctors are entrepreneurs. Maharashtra is the best example of, you have that in your blood, that when you graduate, if nothing else turns, you open a hospital. That is still there in Maharashtra and perhaps in Tamil Nadu, not in Kerala, not in many states. In Kerala, actually, 1,000 small hospitals have disappeared. Large profit hospitals have come. So the profession has to hold that, the entrepreneurship of forming institutions. Next. This is my last slide, but I think my successive speakers also will be spinning with it. This I am saying that, this is a very difficult. There is no other graduate like the medical graduate. You graduate out around 25, whether you want to get married or get married, your personal life is in absolute mess. Absolute mess. Even if you have a child, you don't have a time to provide for the child, you don't have adequate money, you are unstable. And naturally, the emotional issues of doctors, they need a support there. That is why we need to come together. So, my dear young hearts, you are the future of medical fraternity. Never lose hope. You have chosen right. Never for a moment think that because of this cruelty and the injustice that has been inflicted on us, I have not counted the unjust legislations, laws which are governing the medical fraternity. That will take another one day. Very unjust society, very unjust outlook even from the government. We need to fend for ourselves. So, Indian Medical Association is with you in this fight. We need to fight. This is the moment of fight. If you don't fight now, history will tell that this is the generation which let us down. And I am sure none of us will let the future generation of doctors, we will not let them down. We will not let them down. We will carry the prestige and the legacy of medical profession. So thank you for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. I am ready to answer any questions.
Standing ovation for our National President-elect, Dr. R.V. Asokan sir. Please be seated. It was a great insight, sir, for all the young doctors and students over here and the fraternity tomorrow about the issues of the medical fraternity which they are going to face tomorrow. And today the fraternity we stand amidst of the governance as you noted. I will also add the people and the judiciary which we have been forced upon to be used in a judicious way. But let me tell you, your today's insight has made students and young doctors appeal that IMA has been in a parent role for all students and young doctors, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, sir, for all your efforts. Thank you.
Respected Ashokan sir, thank you for your informative speech. It was very exciting and enthusiastic. I have one question. On one side, we are teaching all these medical students the importance of fighting against mixopathy. And on this other side, these medical colleges, they are providing 1-year course in allopathic medicine for homeopathic graduates. I think it's a big joke. What are your views?
Naturally, see, let all systems of medicine live. Let them live in their purity. We have lived for centuries. There is no point in, mixing systems of medicine. So what we are against, we are not against Ayurveda, we are not against yoga or anything. Let them promote themselves. Let them research and let them survive. But do not mix. What is the point in mixing? Whether in education or in curriculum or in research or in practice or in public health. Do not mix.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Go ahead.
Yes, I have a question that the NMC day by day just keeps on shifting the landscape of the medical education at MBBS level. 2-3 years down the line, they coined something as the CBME, like the competency-based medical education. And the course, the shifting landscape of this course is as good as an antigenic shift, and it only creates pandemics. So basically, in the name of competency-based medical education, only incompetence has been created. So does the IMA have anything to do about that? Because each passing year, the subjects which duration will be there, the duration of the years of the course, and the subject hierarchy which has to be placed in the sophomore year or in the senior and junior years is being changing. Which is why it's really difficult for the students to adapt to it and to understand it in the first place. So does the IMA have any plans to speak about this thing happening?
No, IMA is speaking about all dimensions of your issues. But what do you want IMA to do?
So there has to be some kind of stability when it comes to the course arrangements and methodologies.
But who is the primary stakeholder? It's a student.
Yes.
Right. Unless the primary stakeholder rises against these injustice and discrepancies, IMA is here, but IMA is for the whole fraternity. So naturally all these, issues, sub-issues, which are, for the students, these are very important issues. But IMA deals with the spectrum. IMA is there with you, but the fight is of the students, is it not?
Yes.
So that is why we have a platform, IMA MSN. IMA MSN met with NMC twice on various issues. This could be one of the issues. IMA can be behind you. IMA cannot fight your war. The war has to be fought by the students. If the students are ready, any amount of logistical and economic aid, IMA will be there.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. My question for you is, how can we as doctors protect ourselves from violence against us?
Well, from your end, you are not the, final word. But there is something which we all can do. You as doctors, at the end of the day, whatever has been handed to us has to be handed over to our generations. We cannot be of a different mold. See, medical ethics. Ethics changes with time and space, but etiquette doesn't change. Etiquette is the same for the past 2000 years. This etiquette is how the art of medicine. Etiquette is the art of medicine. Don't lose the art of medicine. Art of medicine has many disciplines. From the doctor's point of view, the concern of the patient and spending time with the patient, even though the infrastructural and human resources deficiencies are there, that's not for us to address. Let IMA or the nation address that. As doctors, try to be honest with you, with the patient. Be transparent and let your profession, your conscience guide you as a doctor. Whatever may change in the external world, be yourself. Nobody can change you. So long as you are yourself, that is your contribution in reducing the violence.
Thank you, sir.
Very good morning, sir. Sir, I have this question. I want to present in a kind of a scenario. Suppose I have this patient in front of me and he's presenting with the symptoms of headache and cough, and he's just googled his symptoms and treatment already, and he's asking me that I have this, maybe I have that Google has told me that I have this defect in my brain or maybe problem with my cerebellum or brain tumor, and he's just very scared and hyper that just get me admitted, do my MRI, and I'm even ready for the surgery and everything. So I want to ask her, how do I handle such patients? Well, I know that that there might be something with like viral or common cold, but how do I tackle this patient who is not ready to listen to me?
Any patient comes with you an added anxiety. Any patient. It's only the difference in percentage. And a primary doctor, the role is to comfort. even if you are not able to connect. Take time with the patient. Listen to the patient. Don't interrupt the patient. Many doctors, before they finish, doctors interrupt. Listen to the active listening. Active listening is one thing. Then allow the patient to be whatever she is. Don't, berate her that she has gone into Google. This is the era. Bear with that. As a child, bearing with your child. Your patient is your child. Bear with that. Don't make comments on that. Don't get angry. And never refer such a patient. Live with that patient. Because what that patient needs is trust. Somebody whom she can trust. Be that doctor whom that patient can trust. Never refer such patients who are hyper, as you said, who are hyper. Don't refer them. Because doctors pass the baby and the football goes on from. And even the finest investigations will not find anything. At the end of the day, somebody has to tell her, don't worry, you don't have anything. That only the primary doctor can do. Always be that primary doctor, whichever specialty you belong to. Have the courage to say that, don't worry, you are all right. We will see that you are all right.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Just wanted to elaborate on the question that Dr. Bole sir had. Has there been any study whether the mixopathy can be tolerated by these guys? I feel the MBBS curriculum itself is so large that the pharmacology we learned about 15 years back doesn't hold true today. So how are these guys going to do pharmacology, pathology, all the other specialties? If someone asks me what is going on in gynecology today, I have absolutely no idea. So has somebody implemented some brain in Niti Aayog to promote this?
No, there is no study in India. The whole system of China is before us. China is absolute mixopathy. They have mixed it with Chinese traditional medicine. President of NMC, very thorough gentleman, Sarat Chandra, an ENT surgeon from AMS, thorough gentleman. He told us in private, IMA president and secretary, he told us in private, Doctor, look, modern medicine is robust science. No one can touch the robust science. Don't worry, this phase will pass. Right? Even this will pass. Right? I hope I will yes, that can be the last question.
Sir, so during your lecture, you just promoted about entrepreneurship, that doctors could be good entrepreneurs. But today what we see that more and more doctors get motivated to put their polyclinics, multi-specialty hospitals in the urban areas where they get a good mob of patients or somebody who understands them, who would not put a question on their practice. But what we think when we conduct camps, our hospital conducts camps on daily basis to rural areas. So there what we observe is rural areas need more and more of us doctors. So how do you motivate the upcoming doctors to put their practices in rural areas more than in urban areas?
Doctors are absolutely ready. Tell me another profession which has gone to the villages. Tell me, have the auditors gone? Have any authorities gone? Have the engineers gone? Who is in the rural? Even teachers don't go. It's the doctors who have gone to the villages. But this is not the responsibility of the doctors. I told you, a system has to be found out where doctors will be given a permanent job, a decent salary, a living quarters to place them. Something like National Health Services of UK is possible. Where, even if you are not in the government, but who has to provide this system? There is no system. Absolute anarchy. Absolute anarchy. There is no system. They produce doctors, let them loose. Then say that doctors don't, how will doctors go to villages? How will they survive? So it's a systemic failure. It's a failure of all governments which have governed India till date. Thank you. We'll conclude here. Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
One last question, or I can say, which is in most of the students are worried about is fourth attempt. Sir, what is your opinion about limiting the attempts for MBBS examination? Presently, NEET has, NMC has mentioned only 4 attempts. After that, you will be no more. You will be 12 pass. May I know your opinion, sir?
This is the hypocrisy our institutions do. Yeah, this hypocrisy becomes, on one side they say doctors are not adequate. Other side, a person has undergone 5.5 years of education. And what's the fun in limiting the attempts? Limiting the attempts is wrong. Again, another injustice. There is no end to injustice to the medical fraternity. Whichever level, you are a student, you are a resident, you are a general practitioner, you are a government doctor, tell me one doctor who is happy with the system. Attempts should be provided. If the system is not able to improve a person within 4 attempts, again the system is at fault. See that a person clears on the 2nd attempt by providing additional things. Are not children going for NEET coaching? Let the government produce a system where such children are supported.
Thank you, sir. Few felicitations on behalf of IMA Maharashtra. Santosh, please help me. Dr. R.V. Ashokan, sir. Dr. Ulhas Patil. Dr. Anil Patil. Dr. Ketki Patil. And Dr. Shiv Joshi. Please come on the dash. And Varsha Patil, madam. Varsha Patil, madam. Vaibhav, please on the stage.
Dr. Ravindra Kute, sir, will felicitate Dr. Vaibhav and Dr. Ketki.
Thank you.
Now Dr. Ulhas Patil sir and Dr. Nahata sir will come forward. Dr. Asokan sir will cut the cake and will celebrate his birthday, his 67th birthday.
Dean, respected Dean sir, please.
Respected Dean sir,
And,
come on the stage, please. All the delegates.
Anyone having today birthday? कोणाचा वाढदिवस आहे का आज? अरे, ओके.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, and the star burn tonight. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Dr. Ulhas Patil sir and Dr. Nahata sir will felicitate Dr. R.V. Asokan by a small token of love. Memento by IMA Jalgaon and Dr. Ulhas Patil Medical College will be given. Dr. Tushar Bendale and Dr. Borole is going to felicitate Dr. R.V. Asokan sir.
करू स्वागत सकल जनांचे.
Thank you, Mangesh. Thank you, Dr. Mangesh Pate. Dr. Both moderators should be on the stage. Dr. Mangesh Pate and Dr. Ravindra Kute. Dr. Anil Patil and Dr. Tushar Bendale will felicitate Dr. Mangesh Pate and Dr. Ravindra Kute, our moderator of this lecture.
स्पर्श लाभता गुणीजनांचा स्पर्श लाभता पुनीत झाली रंगदेवता पुनीत झाली रंगदेवता उपकृत केले उपस्थितीने स्वागत
I'll hand over mic to Dr. Wagh sir, HOD Microbiology, Ulhas Patil Medical College, and we'll proceed further for our second lecture.
Yes, good afternoon all of you. Myself, Dr. Kailas Wagh, Professor and HOD of Microbiology Department. I am going to take charge of next session. Simple teachers just tells you. Simple teacher just tells you. Good teacher explains you. Good teacher explains you. Superior teacher demonstrate you. And the great teacher inspire you. And we are so fortunate, all students, all of you are so fortunate. In front of you, all teachers have this capability and abilities. So give them a big round of applause. So our next lecture is Junior Doctor Network, and this speech is given by the Honorable Dr. Jayesh Lele sir. And for this speech, there are two moderators, Dr. Ramkrishna Londe sir and Dr. Dinesh Thakre sir. I would like to invite both moderators to come on the stage. Please, sir. Dr. Ramkrishna sir and Dinesh Thakre sir. So it's my honor and it's my privilege Dinesh Thakre sir, okay, and Dr. Ramkrishna Londe sir. Yes, yes. So it's my privilege and honor to introduce our guest speaker, Dr. Jayesh Lele sir. He is Vice President, IMA Headquarter, 2000 for the period of 2022 and 2023. He was Honorable Secretary General IMA Headquarter for the period of 2022 and 22. He was National Secretary IMA Hospital Board of India for the period of 2016 and 2020. He was President IMA Maharashtra for the period of 2015 and 2016. He was awarded with IMA Professor Sridhar Sharma Oration Award for the year of 2017 in recognition of service rendered to IMA headquarters. He has held various posts in IMA at branch, state level, branch level and headquarter level. He has received award from IMA headquarters and IMA Maharashtra like IMA National Individual Community Service Award in the year of 2015. He delivered Thane orations on C at MAPCON 2016. He was past Vice President of Maharashtra Medical Council. So students, please join me to welcome and invite today's speaker, Dr. Jayesh Lele sir.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. With the permission of Dr. Ashokan sir, I will just add one information, if you permit me. The question which Dr. Vilas asked just now, Dr. Vilas, see, basically, I am going to give that information because in 2014, I was the secretary, and that time, Maharashtra government was the first to pass that amendment into the medical education, wherein that amendment was challenged by IMA Maharashtra, and in that, it was fortunate that Honorable Judge has mentioned that even if they continue the course, they will not be able to use that, but to bifurcate and to navigate, they have now started it as an additional information, an additional course to the homeopathic. And after IMA fought bitterly, you know, in both the amendments, Dr. Uttore was a president of the Maharashtra Medical Council. There also we prevented them making it as an amendment permanently. And right now, I am giving you this information for the students because even if they are carrying a certificate of homeopathy, they cannot use it right now to say that they have got an immunity for practicing allopathy. And in fact, that case is there, and with that judgment order which we have got, which was produced by us in various fields and various fights, that the fight continues. But subsequently, government, in fact, after that order, government was, you know, circumventing that into NMC with a nice name of now integrated medicine. Ultimately, it was that started mixopathy and crosspathy and now integrated medicine that they have done. But yes, of course, we'll have to fight continue. Thank you. Thank you, Ashokan sir. Friends, in fact, regarding the JDN, when I'm going to talk, my work has been really reduced after the speech of our President-elect and Dr. Ashokan sir, because he has given a lot of information. I'm not going to talk about the various issues, but what was the vision when we started some years back of MSN and JDN, and what we were thinking and how it has progressed into today's deep membership of 1,000 rupees. In fact, some years back at the IMA think tank, started this MSN, that is the Medical Student Network. Subsequently, it was a JDN when the WMA coined it as a Junior Doctor Network. So that Junior Doctor Network basically was from the passing of MBBS, maybe internship to the postgraduate level whenever they are doing any PG or any other courses. And so that is how subsequently in our various CWC and the state Central Council meetings, we have followed it up. And I am sure this today's information will give you doors how to become a JDN member. And they have played a very big role during our last 3 years fight during Corona. Second slide. Third slide. Second slide, this is the IMA's website on which the JDN things are available completely. Third slide. In fact, that was our vision, to have the various activities of Junior Doctor Networks and becomes a very strong force to reckon with, to come into IMA at a very young level, because that was the opportunity for IMA, national, state as well as local branches, that the student force we were looking out, which was coming from the student network as well as JDN network. And this Junior Doctor Network during Corona, when you know very well that almost 1800 to 2000 doctors expired across India, which is the highest in the world where the doctor community has expired. All these doctors, in fact, we had provided a space for them in the IMA headquarters. We had given a phone and they were running 24/7. The helpline, Dr. Ashokan sir was that time Secretary General, and in 2020 when people were not knowing about what is the Corona, all the students we used to give information. We had made the arrangement for them to stay in the IMA headquarters, give that. Subsequently, even Delhi police also gave us one helpline number, and for almost 3 months in the second and the third wave, we participated, and all the police personnel used to call this Junior Doctor Network, and that is how entire nation we could mobilize various doctors from south, north, even east side, Assam and all, so that the friendly language barrier could be adopted while giving information to the police, and which served very informative to local police, because second wave, you know very well how much death has occurred in doctor community as well as the patient community. And even this JDN network, I think Dr. Ajay was there when we had met police commissioner, and she appreciated and they helped us to have lot of things in the Delhi police itself. So this in fact, when I was sitting once in the IMA headquarters as a Secretary General about 2 years back, the question came into Parliament that how many doctors have expired. And in fact, government was not having the data, but IMA could provide a data of 1800 doctors who had expired across India. And that was the work done by the JDN students, because they were working in the hospitals. They were working much more than the hours which was done across world. Maybe 4 to 5, 6 hours or 8 hours, and they were working more than 10 to 12 hours, and that is how the viral load increased, and they were in a really bad shape. But then we are really proud that this JDN student network, what we developed, has given a very great service to the IMA as well as to the patients. And to support the junior doctor issues like workplace challenges, which Dr. Ashokan sir has already mentioned. In fact, last 10 days, before preparing this, I was talking to all the JDN conveners of last 4-5 years, the various secretaries of JDN, state as well as the national, and I could gather some important issues, what IMA is going to help the JDN and what JDN student expect for us. If anything else also you would like to tell us, please write to us so that we can work on that special issue. IMA, some of the issues already Dr. Ashokan sir had mentioned about the research, another one wing which we would like to have for the JDN students. Leadership development, and we are at the JDN level, we are arranging a lot of webinars across India and other exchange programs, which some of the students which we are going and sending them abroad for certain internship programs or other things. So exchange program also is going to be part of it. online job portal, which already some things already has been mentioned, I will not repeat it. So in 82 Central Council meeting in Patna in 2020, again we formulated the constitution, and subsequently what we did was the student who is passing MBBS and an intern and doing post-graduation up to 35 years will be considered as a JDN member. So we have given them 10 years to join as a JDN at a concessional rate, at a discounted rate, be part of the IMA activities. Please understand how the IMA functions, look into it, and then why this method was adopted, and in the constitution subsequently. I spoke to the Dr. Shitish on this JDN matter. He was the chairperson, because the students nowadays, they are coming from some certain areas, they go to the different states for MBBS, and then when they go for the different states for the PG admissions. Subsequently, they at the end they decide which place they are going to settle down. So this JDN membership, first we in 2021 we made a special portal and a payment gateway, so that they could pay 2,000 in 5 years installment and the concessional discounted rate of 10,000 membership, where we freeze the membership for them. Online forms are available, everything is done online. They just have to submit their registration from the whatever state they are achieving. They have to submit a letter from the college if they are doing a PG or any postgraduate or diploma or other course, and they can be just viewed online by the secretary of the JDN, national secretary, and then subsequently given the certificate or identity card of the junior doctor network. So subsequently, while thinking this, nearly 300 doctors joined as a membership that time in the very first 2-3 months, and I am proud to say that 194 is the Maharashtra's number, which is the highest in all the states. JDN network, which we got it that time, was the highest. Subsequently, last year, this idea was mooted that let us have the deemed membership for the junior doctors, because why make 10,000 also to make them pay? So that is what Dr. Ashokan sir proposed us, and it was upheld in our Central Working Committee at Baroda, and it was, now we are going to give that, already the portal has been made. You just go to that particular website which I mentioned, go on to the website, you will get form, you just submit the documents, it will be certified, and you will get membership up to 10 years. You don't have to pay anything extra amount. It is a 1,000 is a nominal membership, because we would like to inform them, we would like to give them whatever activities IMA is doing it, and subsequently we are going to open them avenues to join a membership at our different branch level. Educational activities which I already mentioned, which are going to have in the form of webinars, especially after 7 p.m. we are arranging certain webinars which will suit the residents as well as the doctors who are working in the various colleges. Webinars for preparation of NEET exam. So this is another very important work is being organized by the JDN, our wing. Webinars for choosing the PG studies, because there are many counseling studies are there. They pay high amount to have gone into the various counselors to understand which study or which course you should take. That we also will be giving them guidance. Bringing to the notice to the IMA and relevant authorities the difficulties faced by the residents, which already has been mentioned. Standing along all the IMAs to IMA through the students network. Right now, Dr. Das, which was there. Similarly, in Corona, if you recollect, in Assam, one of the resident was murdered at outside, and we stood by that, and we really fought with the respective government on the violence issue. Participating in any educational, cultural and sports activity, local IMA branches. I'm going to come back at the last slide, how to go about that, very important, what work we are trying to work, as Dr. Ashokan sir mentioned, 698 branches, 698 medical colleges are there, and we have 1,700 branches. So I'm going to show how to go about that. We are sensitizing all the young doctors regarding the challenges, pursuing their practice and give them the solutions, showcase innovations and out-of-the-box ideas for their career, which is very important. Nowadays, in fact, if you recollect, during about 20-25 years back, nobody could go into the, this IPS or civil services or UPSC exams. But now that avenue has been opened, and we see so many MBBS and postgraduate doctors going into the IPS and other civil service category. In fact, on this very topic, we have already made a good presentation to the Government of India 2 years back with the help of Dr. Ved sir regarding the medical service examination, IMS. That is what we are proposing. Government is still thinking on that. If it works, it will be a really boon, because in Corona time, they have realized that the management, administration in the various epidemics, other things, how the doctor and his administration side will be helpful. Ensuring good and working environment, we are doing it for the student, and IMA definitely will be participating into that. They are protecting rights, which Dr. Ashokan sir already mentioned, to uphold humanitarian ideals and medical ethics. This is very important because we are having bioethics now, one chapter open. Dr. Shiv Joshi is one of the person who is looking after that, into that bioethics programs, and we are teaching them ethical methods, bioethics, and various medical colleges are going to have the classes, as well as the courses are open for the students to foster unity and promote the profound interpersonal relationship, because nowadays, which is very important, that how to talk with the patients, how to have the communication, all those things, skills will be developed and guided by the IMA. Next. Our aim is to have various schemes which may benefit the IMA members when they become members, maybe after 10 years, various social security scheme, professional, indemnity, and all other schemes will be open for them to promote research, because in fact 2 years back we have already filed with the ICMR and other CDESCO that IMA should be considered as a research organization which will help the students to undergo and take the research and publish their papers into that particular field, to carry out nationwide campaigns, which we are working out on various medical activities, going to the government, representing them, guiding them, and helping them to understand how the disease can be controlled, how the disease can be modified, and how the disease can be prevented. To promote and encourage the medical youth to fulfill their duties toward the society by providing social services, which another wing IMA is developing, and it will help the students to come into that. That is how we have also recently revived Jalgaon Chale project after almost 12 years. And recently, our national president is going to have a big program on 25th of June. And across India, every branch is going to adopt at least one small village in the neighboring vicinity. And Dr. Kute sir, and they are promoting this activity at Maharashtra level. And I'm sure our 250 branches will take at least 250 villages and work on them. There are some privileges for the IMA JDN membership. They can participate in any IMA activities, any conferences. They can have the presentation, they can have the papers, or attend a conference. Maybe their field of interest will be interested in that particular faculty or any other general faculty. They will be allowed to participate in the conference like NatCon, which last year also we had arranged for that. And every NatCon we will have some JD and MSN students to attend the program, to contest and vote. We have formed the proper constitution, we have formed the proper bylaws, and properly the elections for the junior doctors in that particular field, in that particular state will be held, wherein they will have their own organizing, or they will administrating unit, as like IMA Maharashtra state or IMA local branch occurs, like the chairman, convener, secretary, and other thing, which will help them to understand. And I'm sure this will help you to have the communication skills. Dr. Shiv Joshi, I remember 10 years back, when he was just a student, I think, and he came and met me in program, and today he is doing a very big position in the WHO, I think, that and as the biometrics also. Concessional fee, which I mentioned, is going to be continued for all the junior doctors. We would like to invite them. We would like to be associate with IMA in every respect and participate in the IMA activities. And I'm really happy with the Dr. Ulhas Patil sir, which in fact I accompanied him once to the parliament, and we were standing in the parliament and giving the those particular pamphlets, sir, if you recollect. And today he has organized this specially for the students. I am really happy, sir. Thank you so much for doing this. And really this entrepreneurship is going to carry on the IMA in the full scale. To participate in the inter-college, inter-branch sports, that also is a part of the IMS. IMA guest houses are there, they can participate as a much discounted rate. Almost more than 30-40 areas we have a guest houses. This I'm going to talk more detail because last 2 years as a secretary I am working on that method, and every branch with the help of the JDN convener as well as the JDN chairman, we are mapping and we are requesting. For example, my branch is at the Juhu, where near that is the Cooper Medical College, and we are going to adapt that. Now like Mumbai branch, they have 2 medical colleges. Similarly, we are requesting every branch to map with the local JDN medical college unit, and we would like to establish a medical college. Every college should have one MSN and JDN unit. In fact, we are helping them with a small office space, or if they need it, or we'll go and meet the necessary unit to the respective dean or the professors. And we are also arranging that local branch IMA person to help the students, because I'm sure many places like Dr. Anil Patil is there here and he is in the JDN. So naturally Anil Patil will be the JDN cooperative for the IMA Jalgaon branch to have the unit in this medical college. So that is why all the branches we have already mapped, and we are going to extend till 35 years. So anybody can just pay 1,000 on that online, because nowadays all the students are using their card and payment gateways and other things. So becoming a member is a very easy task. After the 1,000 membership, it is growing. I am taking everyday count from our gateway, that how many students have joined. This is going to be a deemed membership. For 10 years, they will utilize, they will attend IMA programs, and they will be taken as a deemed membership. After 10 years, they have an opportunity to go to any state, any branch, pay the necessary fees, and the membership will be taken into that account that this particular branch has given the membership of that particular JDN student, which will be graduated, and then he can have all the full-fledged membership of IMA. Branch and medical college mapping, which I mentioned just now, branch supporting the state, because all the medical college students will be definitely supported by the respective. I'm sure whenever they approach us, our big branches will definitely help them to arrange, help them to give the premises or whatever help they want of giving in infrastructure, some facilities or some funding from the local branches. And IMA HQ and the JDN national activities, which are formulating last 2 years back, we had 2 conclaves in IMA headquarters itself as a MSN and JDN, so that we invited all the leaders. 2 units were held, and we are going to advise them on various issues. Issues as already has been mentioned. If any other your suggestions are there, please do write to us. We are happy that this network goes on, and collectively, in fact, our MSN and JDN, MSN already nearly, I think 80,000 students have already joined on that 500, because we have given them MSN only 500 rupees and 1,000 for JDN membership. So all this thing they will understand IMA, we will be helping for them, because they are the future of IMA, they are the future of our medical education and health of the particularly in India, because we are facing to a rough patch, and they will understand what we are helping them, what we are sorting out. Today we may be on the verge of retiring, but all our president secretaries, all the respective branch will be taking care to see that they will be guided, they will be helped. And I'm definitely really thankful to Ashokan sir, who is taking a keen interest in this JDN deemed membership, and it will go a long way to help the student to join IMA platform. Thank you.
Any one of you want to ask question? Yes.
Stressful and hectic life, it leads to an increase in mental health issues and suicide rates among young doctors. So how can we maintain a good work-life balance?
See, that is why we have conducting lectures for those students, and we have the unit, that helps us. As a psychiatrist talks, we are keeping it, and it will be available for all the students across India. The recorded versions will be also available on the netline, and they will guide you. We can, if you have some suggestions, we can develop a special helpline. There was a talk of helpline for this kind of a particular student. They will guide on our senior psychiatric doctors who are IMA members can guide you and help you to de-stress yourself, participate in some activity, and definitely it will help you to have the de-stressing factor.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Anyone? Yes, from last side.
Good afternoon, sir. I have heard that JRs are the most stressful in medical association. So they have many stress during their residency. So according to you, which of the post-graduation branch is least stressful for us? So we can choose the least stressful and maintain a work-life balance.
I know your question is right. Medical, what we learned as a senior 25, 30 years back is today is different, definitely, and the medicine is changing. All branches may not be that equally stressful because the emergencies, the nature is different. Those who are visiting doctors, especially family physicians, simply there is a need of family physician because we know we have developed a college of general practitioners, that is CGP wing. But we know that going during the corona, visiting some patient was a very serious issue. So that definitely seriousness is there. Every faculty has his own respect and the pros and cons. But then ultimately it is your mind how you can fit in. So I cannot say that this is good for you, and that is why what we are going to do is guiding you, looking at your understanding to take this particular faculty. I mean, I would just say that maybe pathologist is a lesser thing, but during corona, pathologists were working 24/7. So they had, that time they had emergency also. Normally, generally they don't have day-to-day basis emergency, but you know very well that, platelets going down with the dengue every now and so every field has got its own, importance, and we will definitely help you once you come into that JDN activity. If you have any particular course related issue, then we can guide you on that matter.
हॅलो, आदरणीय अशोकन सर, डॉक्टर लेले सर आणि डॉक्टर उत्तरे सर, मला ॲक्च्युली अशोकन सरांनी नेक्स्ट 1 आणि नेक्स्ट 2 बद्दल चर्चा केली, तर मला थोडंसं म्हणजे सजेशन द्यायचं आहे की आपण IMAकडनं JDN नेटवर्क किंवा JDN विंग प्रत्येक मेडिकल कॉलेजला काढतो आहे, पण मुळात आपण डॉक्टरांच्या प्रश्नाविरुद्ध विरोध केला की सरकारला वाटतं की हे डॉक्टरचे प्रश्न आहेत म्हणून विरोध करत आहेत. तर ज्या मेडिकल कॉलेजला ज्यांचे मुलं MBBSला लागलेले आहेत त्यांच्या पालकांना वाटतं की MBBSला माझा मुलगा लागला म्हणजे आनंद झाला, पण पॅरेंट असोसिएशन ज्यावेळेस ह्या नेक्स्ट 1 आणि नेक्स्ट 2च्या ह्याच्यामध्ये उतरतील सरकारच्या विरोधात की आम्हाच्या मुलांना नेक्स्ट 1 नेक्स्ट 2 म्हणजे हे जे तुम्ही प्रयोग करताय हे फक्त MBBSच्या बाबतीतच आहे, तर करू नका म्हणून जर पॅरेंट असोसिएशनला जरी आपण थोडंसं ह्याच्यामध्ये सहभागी केलं तर आपल्याला नेक्स्ट 1 नेक्स्ट 2 कॅन्सल करण्यासाठी सहभाग मिळेल.
Yeah, Dr. Santosh, you are right. See, many in student days, in the school days, there was a PTA, Parent Teacher Association. But in adult medical colleges, many times their parents are doctors only. So they understand what developments have taken place. And I'm sure definitely we can build up this energy of the doctor parents. That will help us to go to the government, and that is what the role of fatherly IMA is working on that. Why IMA is there? Because now today we don't have to go for exams. May not be our children going into that, but we would like to the medical fraternity that they are suffering, and that is what the work IMA is looking after. And IMA will definitely help you on this method. Sure.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Dr. Lele sir, for a very nice talk. Actually, I want to introduce to you Dr. Lele. He has been very modest to give you the biodata which the moderator read out. Just Google Ramdev Baba versus Dr. Jayesh Lele debate and you will find a person like Ramdev Baba who doesn't allow anybody to talk. Lele sir thrashed him out on Aaj Tak within just 5-10 minutes, and that show, I think the anchor was that lady Anjana Om Kashyap. Anjana Om. She, and that show by Anjana Om Kashyap was sponsored by Patanjali. And in that show only, Ramdev Baba had no words. She had to cut down the show in the middle. So Lele sir, really great. He hails from Kolhapur, so you understand how he should talk.
I will sum up. You all should go through that debate between Dr. Lele sir and Ramdev Baba. The most famous dialogue in that debate is when Dr. Lele sir says to Ramdev Baba, "Shendi laga rela kya?" You can listen any expressions like that. So someone was asking about which branch one should take, and that is a really remunerative question, that which is the least stressful branch. All branches are stressful. You can choose a branch. You should choose a branch which your passion says. Passion is important. If you are passionate towards surgery, anyhow go to surgery. Don't go to medicine. Because passion, when you do the work with passion, it reduces stress level. Then at medical college level, there is a mentorship program. The college can motivate teachers to be mentors, especially to handle health issues, mental health issues. Then if there is an alumni association, the seniors in the alumni association, we have started in our medical college mentorship program in the alumni association. And then lastly, someone was saying that pathology is the least stressful. I am a pathologist. In pathology, stress is not a practice. Stress is of survival. Because our own colleagues are sending their samples to the DMLTs. Our own colleagues are betraying our own colleagues. That is the stress in pathology. So, thank you, sir, for a very informative talk. And if you want any question to ask, you can ask Dr. Lele, sir.
Yes, any question?
Thank you.
Sir, I would like to add some point. So, microbiology also have more stressful in that corona situation. Don't forget us. We are the benchers of the corona COVID pandemic. And you both were so stressful because we have to give report within time. You cannot believe we have reported more than 3,000 report per day in our RT-PCR lab. And there was the challenge to us to set up RT-PCR lab within 2 months. And we showed them we can do, and we can establish the RT-PCR lab, and we can do the social work at any time. Thank you.
Sir, doctors can survive the stress of profession of work, but cannot survive the stress of betrayal by own colleagues.
Yes, sir.
That is the thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right. Sir, very, very motivating lectures, and we are so impressed by the work of JDN. Thank you, sir, to guide us and to motivate us. So here I would like to request Dr. Dinesh sir to felicitate Jayesh Lele sir by giving a token of appreciation, that is memento and bouquet. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, here I would like to request Anil Patil sir to offer a bouquet to Dinesh sir for their valuable inputs during the session. So we are proceeding with next session.
Now we'll go to third lecture, Dr. Shivkumar Utture. I'll call upon Dr. Shivkumar Utture. And the moderators are Dr. Prashant Bhutada and Dr. Anil Pasnekar.
Today is a very special day that the National President-elect, Dr. Ashokan sir, being his birthday, is present among us to bless all of us. So thank you very much, sir, Dr. Ashokan sir, for being with us on your auspicious day. But one more thing, that Dr. Ulhas Patil sir, the chief of this medical college hospital, has organized such a wonderful program on his birthday. So this is a really special gift from Dr. Ulhas Patil and from the IMA to Dr. Ashokan sir. So thank you sir being with us. Thanks a lot. Friends, myself and Dr. Shivkumar Uttare sir, we are there from the college days together. So the time will be very less to let you know about my boss, Dr. Shivkumar Uttare sir, and he is the boss of the IMA also. He comes under the intelligent cadre. He is the IMA National Vice President at present of the Delhi headquarters. He is a well-known laparoscopic and the general surgeons practicing in Mumbai. He was a professor and a unit head at the Grant Medical College, JJ Hospital, a fellow of International College of Surgeons. He was the president of the Maharashtra Medical Council 2017 and 2022, and during his tenure, we have seen the innumerous changes in the Maharashtra Medical Counseling, which are helping to the medical fellows, medical practitioners, general practitioners and all. He is a member of the National Medical Commission, NMC from 2020 to 2022. He is a member of the Medical Advisory Council. He was elected to post of a chairman, AKN Sinha Institute of Medical Science and Research, IMA headquarters for 2015-16. He was the executive member and chairman of the Finance Committee of the Maharashtra Medical Council 2011 to 2016. He has in fact streamlined all the finances of the Indian Medical Association Maharashtra State. He was the national coordinator of the National Working Group, IMA headquarters. He was awarded with BBMG Mahatma Gandhi Award at British Parliament, London, January 20. ATI Vishishta Paryaravan Mitra Award in the medical field. He was awarded IMA National Award for the lifelong services to the IMA in 2015. Dr. A.P. Shukla Memorial National Award for the outstanding and distinguished services in medical field in 2014, and so on. So without wasting a lot of, I welcome Dr. Uttare sir for the further lecture. Please welcome the boss of the teacher.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Dr. Ashokan sir, he spoke a lot about me, but let me tell you, more than 1.5 decades when I came in contact with him in headquarters, it is because of him that I learned that whenever you want to fight for any issues of IMA, first you have to study whatever you want to fight. Prepare everything and only then systematically fight. So thank you very much. I have learned everything from you, sir, for the last more than a decade. Thank you very much. Then Dr. Patil, sir, I think I have been to Jalgaon before, but I think first time I am coming to this institute. And I would say that this is not an institute, हे तुमचं साम्राज्य है, sir. Because the way I saw the whole campus and the different aspects of this, hats off to you, because you have not stuck to only medicine. I have seen people who have only medical colleges. But here I see, there is homeopathy, pharmacology, nursing, horticulture, and what not. And I just had that beautiful cake which was baked over here in your institute. So hats off to you, sir, and your whole family. Great job. And of course, President Maharashtra, Dr. Kute, Secretary, and my close friend whom I worked together both in IMA and MMC, Dr. Lele, and all senior members who are sitting over here. So, can I have the slide? When I was asked to talk, that time I didn't know what the crowd would be. And they said that you talk about MMC and medical education, the council and medical education. But then he said that when I spoke with Anil, he said that the crowd basically would be of medical students and junior doctors. So I said, somehow they don't have to do anything as far as the education is concerned, but learn what their teachers educate them. So I thought of, coming out with a different topic altogether with my experience as a medical teacher of more than 35 years and being in the Maharashtra Medical Council for more than 10 years and in the National Medical Commission for 2 years. And I've seen the students grow, they are like our children when we are their professors. And the difficulties that they go throughout their life, I have seen that actually. Tried to solve it in a lot of ways. And I thought that I would talk about my experience of what would be the vision of you, what I call as the millennial medicos. I think as youngsters you may be knowing, you come under the millennial people, and so who are the millennial medicos basically? These are nothing but the future doctors who are there. So all of you, may it be medical students, may it be the junior doctors or whoever you are, basically you are the future of medicine. And the most important part is that we may think about what we want to do for you, but actually you are the people who are going to implement that. So that is your importance, and therefore you have got a different set of priorities from what we had in the past. And your approach to medicine is completely different from what we were taught how we should approach medicine. Because we were taught almost about 4 decades back, whereas you are today what you are because of the circumstances that you find yourself in. So modern history of medicine, this is just a slide to tell you that way back it started, modern medicine in 1840, in Goa when the Portuguese came over here. Over the years we have had all these changes, and today we have what is called the NMC, which has replaced the MCI. Dr. Ashokan spoke a lot about NMC, but let me tell you, sir, having worked in NMC for 2 years, it is worse than even what you spoke about. Frankly, people there do not even know of exactly what the ground realities are. We were their representatives as elected members. If you remember, IMA fought that there should be elected members in NMC so that they would know what the ground situation would be there and help out NMC. There was no elected members, but because we fought when the draft NMC was there, they converted into one member from amongst the elected members of the state councils who would be sitting in NMC. And that's how I basically went over there. And they said that these would be representing the elected members. But let me tell you, they are even changing that now. And they are going to make it that any member of any state council will be nominated by the state government onto the NMC. That means basically the NMC body will be formed by the nominated members of the central government, and those who go from the state would be either be the vice chancellors of the state, who are again nominated by the state government, or members from the state council would be again nominated by the state government. So ultimately the government is going to capture the whole National Medical Commission, who will decide what your future is going to be. So this NMC Act came in 2019. So what is the difference between these millennial doctors and we senior doctors? We senior doctors are basically established, recognized, respected, remembered, and we are in our own world over there. And what we find amongst, and what I find amongst the juniors, basically agitated, isolated, desperate, helpless, because what they want, they don't want. We try to impose on them what we have learned about 3-4 decades, which is not what they basically want. And therefore, what we require is that the whole medical education has to change. We sitting over there as administrators, we sitting over there as seniors, as professors, we have to change and make the medical education so interesting that they will follow it and in the future also. And we keep pace with what is the modern times. So what has happened as far as NMC has tried to do that, and they did that in UGME board, brought out different aspects, as someone said that what is going to be the future as medical education, and what they came out with, that there would be a foundation course, integration, horizontal, vertical. Now basically sitting for 2 years in NMC, I myself never understood this horizontal and vertical business at all. Who will come horizontally into MBBS? Once you enter MBBS, you do your first MBBS, second MBBS, final MBBS, your post-graduation. Whom are you going to allow? After the first year, even the nursing staff, the other integrated medical staff, students will be allowed into medicine. And they say even you medical students, after first year, if you feel that no, you don't like medicine, you want to go for nursing, you go for nursing. Who will go? Nobody wants to leave modern medicine and go into other branches. the other branches want to come into modern medicine, and this is basically what is going to happen for the future also. Then of course, one thing is good, that your early clinical exposure is going to be there as compared to before, so that we know that today, as far as we Indians are concerned, that we are the best clinicians in the world, and that is why Indian doctors have gone to different countries and they are ruling over there, the medical field over there. Because we don't completely depend on the investigations as compared to the Western countries. We believe in our clinical findings. Many a times we find that the investigations, show you so and so problem, but it is a clinical judgment which we use, which may go against what the investigation is showing, and treat the patient, and the patient becomes all right. That is the importance, and that is one thing that is, going to be very good. Electives are another thing. I really don't understand how do you differentiate medicine. As you know, you cannot have a different syllabus for medicine. It is one full issue as far as the patient is concerned. So you cannot have, you do this elective. It is just like, in any other engineering colleges, they say, okay, you will go for, say, computer engineering, you will go for electronics engineering. You cannot do that in medicine, because medicine is one subject and all of us have to go over there. And then, of course, another good thing is that at least they have mentioned it now, that they are going to use contemporary education technologies, and that is what really is interesting for the students of the future, because we are going to use AI, we are going to use electronics, we are going to, simple example I'll tell you, and this is what I had mooted and they have accepted it when I was there in NMC. They said that you're, going on having more and more medical colleges. He said, agreed. Where will you get the teachers? Especially, you may get it teachers for the clinical terms, but what about the preclinical terms? Anatomy, physiology, where are you going to get the teachers? And there is one thing that will be accepted, and it will surely come out now, is I think every medical college, as you know now, has got, is interconnected with the National Medical Commission. So what we will be basically having is, in these subjects where the teachers are not there, and because the teachers are not there, many institutions are not getting, the number of students from, they're bringing it down from 150 to 100, because someone is not there in anatomy, physiology. We will be having a professor giving a lecture from the center to all the medical colleges all over India. So that is the future that is going to come over there. That is going to help. So some things are being done, but not enough as far as, what the new generation wants. And what is the new generation? They're extremely comfortable with the technology. Their job definitions like us, I knew when I went into MBBS that I am going to do MBBS. By the time I came to third MBBS, I knew that I wanted to go for surgery. I went for surgery. So everything was charted out in my mind. But today, not so. We find that the new generation wants to be flexible as far as what they are going to do in the future is concerned. And absolutely they do not fear that if there is any change, because they will go and embrace those changes. But the main thing that I would like to tell you, and some student asked about this, is what I put in red: work and life balance that you have to hold. When you say work and life, by work, even the studies, I would put the medical students who are studying, plus after you pass out, when you go into practice, what are the studies that you are going, how are you going to do your practice? There has to be a balance between that. And nowadays we are finding a lot of medical students, junior doctors going into depression, psychological problems, and even going, unfortunately, to the extent of, suicides. That shouldn't be the case, remember, and that is basically happening because too much stress is being put not only by the students, but there is also peer pressure, there is family pressure, there is pressure from the medical colleges, their teachers, that they are supposed to excel in everything. Remember, everybody, all 5 fingers are not the same. They are different. And we as teachers also have to accept that all students are not the same. And just now I liked what Dr. Ashokan said, is that if a student fails, the fault doesn't lie completely with the student. The fault lies with us professors, because we could not teach him to pass. So we have to take equal responsibility, has to be taken by us also as far as this is concerned. So overall, it is likely that the atmosphere of medicine will go on changing rapidly now. For 3 decades after I went into medicine, medicine remained static, but it is day by day it is changing over the upcoming years to better suit newly minted doctors who have their own strengths which they will bring. And this is the importance of joining JDN and MSN, because these trends we seniors are going to learn from you. So only when you bring it to our notice, we are going to learn that, because we don't think in those terms. You are the ones who will think in those terms. And when you come into IMA and you put your, whatever your points are, whatever your thoughts are, we are going to know what to do as far as that is concerned. So what is this work-life balance? You know, our generation was called the baby bloomers. I think the juniors will know about this, and you are known as the millennium students who are there. And this generation, as far as we are concerned, we were always taught that we are supposed to work 24/7. I don't remember ever taking a holiday when I was a resident. 24/7, especially because I was in a surgery unit. I was supposed to be in campus 24 hours, all 7 days, and be available for whatever emergencies were there. And this is what was ingrained in us at that time. And we were said that this is going to help you in future. But what these millennials today we have to accept that they believe is they are working to live rather than living to work. Okay? So they will work to have a good life and not have a life for their work. So this is the concept that I think we as seniors also should accept as far as the new generation is concerned. And this, why I don't blame them, because they are making use of technology today, which we were not doing. And this technology has definitely helped them. It's just like, in school, when I was in school, I was taught these tables. 2 2s are 4, 2 3s are 6, right up to, like, I remember the better student you were, you could go up till 99 times tables. But do the new students really require, especially with the mobile phone, which is like a computer in your hand, they don't require to know the tables by heart. So why do you want them to spend their energy, their time in trying to, by heart these tables? Let them use this technology. Definitely, they can spend their time, their energy into doing something which is much more, workable and much more efficient. So they want to work hard. I'm not saying that the new generation doesn't want. I have seen them. My residents are there. I used to have 3 students per year for MS. They do want to work hard, but only when they are supposed to be working. No more they want to work 24 hours a day. And I think this is a concept which is there in AIMS. Unfortunately, it is not there in all the medical colleges, not there especially in the government medical colleges, where they expect you to work like donkeys and slaves 24 hours, and I am absolutely against that as far as my students are concerned. So they will not be responsible 24/7 for the patients. So we have to try to adopt. If they can do it in AIMS, where they work only for 8 hours. I still remember whenever I used to go out and used to work in the OTs outside India, at that time I still remember the senior doctor operating, and once it is 5 o'clock in the evening, the junior just says, "Doc, my time is over," and he used to walk out of the theater. Can we really dare to do that today in our situation over here? We cannot dare. So if AIMS can do it, why not the other medical colleges? So I think that is what basically we have to learn as far as the new generation is concerned. So what was faulty in the old thinking, as I said, that we were expected to work 24/7, no more, not for the new generation. Studies have shown that in any field, whichever field you are, there is a limit to how much you can concentrate. And remember, we are treating lives, which is one of the most important aspects. And when we are teaching lives, and already Dr. Ashokan has said that they are supposed to work 60 hours plus as far as medicine, and they are forced to do that work like slaves. No other profession does that. So are we, or are our students, are the new medical students and the resident doctors some superhumans that they go on working like that? Absolutely, I would say no. More than 48 hours is a no-no as far as working is concerned, because ultimately their work output is going to go down and the patients are going to suffer. And therefore, even if you see, there have been studies which have shown that even if you are working continuously, max to max 16 hours you can work, and then you require, they give them a break the next day. In medicine, when suppose we are a surgical or medical student or pediatrics, or we are doing residency, our emergencies are for 24 hours. You are supposed to be working for 24 hours, but we don't get a break next day. We are supposed to take our rounds, we are supposed to see the patients, we are supposed to go to the OPD, which is, I think, nowadays, let us accept it, humanly impossible, and this is what pushes our students basically into all these psychological problems. So, we are not something special just because we have come into medicine. We are also human beings. So, we seniors have to learn to accept this amongst our juniors, and we cannot see, I find many a times my colleagues who are teachers, they say, when I was there, I used to be working 24 hours. You may be working 24 hours. That doesn't mean that the same punishment has to be given to the next generation, because let me tell you, ultimately the work output will be much better. And to give you an example, work from home started for all these engineering students when they, finance and engineering students, when COVID was there. Do you know majority, because my son is in ENY, he's a manager, even today he's doing work from home. And many a times I ask him, what are you doing? Their company will throw you out if you are going to do that. So he once sat with me and he showed me that the work output that today the company is getting out of all these engineers who are doing work from home is much, much higher than when they were doing physical. They were going and doing that when they were attending the offices. So this is basically what is happening, So we are not something special. So you should ask yourself questions. Someone spoke about the students, becoming psychological wrecks because of all these. You have to ask these 4 questions to yourself. Do you love medicine? Why I put that first is because many a times our students who are young as compared to the Western medical students, they are pushed into medicine by their parents. So do you really love medicine? Do you love your job? Is there anything more that you want to achieve? Are you living up to the expectations of your family? And if it is, the answer is negative, remember, you require some amount of psychological, you would say interaction, so that you don't burn out, you don't go into depression, you don't go into withdrawal, you don't have suicidal tendencies, all these things. And studies have shown that of all the professions, it is the healthcare professionals who are basically at very, very high risk as far as all these, psychological disorders are concerned. So is there a solution? Definitely there is a solution. Whenever we say we have to find out a solution, and this solution is, again, I would go back into what is called as mentorship. Someone spoke about mentorship over here. Go back to mentorship, and at that time the mentorship was basically between the students and the teachers. Teachers used to be like their surrogate parents, because ultimately when you are in medicine, you are spending more time in the medical college than you are spending time at home. And your teachers were supposed to be sort of your surrogate, and our teachers used to do that. We had any problem, we used to go to them, they used to solve it. Now IMA has gone ahead and given you something else. It has given you this MSN and JDN body, where your colleagues are there, your seniors are there with you, and maybe a senior who's 1 year senior to you has undergone the same stress, and he has found a solution and he will help you out of this stress. So use this IMA, MSN, just not for going for conferences or for teachings or anything. Use to become a family, talk to each other, take the experience of what your seniors have got, and definitely that, and there is evidence even proved, like how, when I went into private practice and I, then got an opportunity to become a professor in JJ College. I went to my teacher, who was my teacher, and I told him, sir, I am in practice, private practice, I have my own hospital, I may not have enough time to give for, as a teacher over there in JJ. You know what he told me? He said, Utture, you take up that post, because once you take up that post, you will be interacting with the youngsters, and year by year you will become younger instead of aging. And this is what I have written over here, that there is evidence to prove that mentorship benefits not only the apprenticeship, but even we teachers who are over there. And let me tell you, I was reluctant to join the professorship over there, but for 35 years till I retired, I remained in the teaching profession because that kept me with the youngsters. So my thoughts were also young. So do not let, especially when you are going through any stress, do not let anyone tell you that medicine is not worth it. Remember, still I would say that it is a profession which is beyond any other profession in India. What satisfaction it gives you, no other profession will give you. And learn to, fight the system in a positive manner instead of, going into depression and becoming negative. So what is there? We are seeing that more than 1 lakh doctors are coming out. Is there enough space for all these doctors as far as, tomorrow in the clinical subjects? No, there won't be. But then there are other avenues which all you students should know, which is open to you. Those who are not especially interested in the clinical practice, you have got medical research, one of the most important aspects. And the national education policy, if you read the national education policy, as I said, in any policy there are some good and some bad points. The best point in national education policy is that the government has insisted that there will be a research unit in every medical college. I mean, in any college, I'm not talking only of medicine, in any field. And the government will be funding these research activities. And that is why it is important. Then you can go for management, health economics, everything. And then we find a lot of doctors are going for IAS. And if you see in red, I have put as IMS, that is the Indian Medical Services. This is what IMA has mooted. They have formed a full document and given it to the, government. I am not sure what the government will do to that, because, ultimately it is again the IAS people who sit over there, and first the document has to go through them, so they are not trying to push it. But what is IMS? Why we are insisting on IMS? Because we find in the health sector, especially during the COVID times, these IAS officers who were sitting there as secretaries, as joint secretaries or whatever, they were non-medical people, and they were trying to dictate to the doctors how to treat the patient and how to manage that pandemic. So that is why if you see during the first wave and half of the second wave, there was absolutely, with the pandemic, there was pandemonium over there as far as the treatment is concerned. And we believe that if a medical doctor can become and go into IMS, in the Indian Medical Services, which is equivalent to IAS and IPS, definitely he will have the clinical knowledge, he will have the knowledge of medicine to definitely do much more. So that is that if it comes out, I think you can go in for IMS also and do a lot of good for your fraternity. So medical research is something that at least I am very, very much interested in. But what happens as far as medical research is concerned, it is, in India it is not promoted at all. And what do we find? That over the years, there was research taking place in the past, but over the years it has changed from research-based medical practice to service-based industry. Purely service we are giving. We are no more interested in, and as you know, we always call our modern medicine as evidence-based medicine. What do you mean by evidence-based? Means there is some research backing to whatever we are saying, how to treat, how to manage a patient. So, and what it does is makes you an inquisitive mind when you go for research, because you start asking what, why, how, when, everything, all these questions you automatically start doing. So you question and reason out whatever, the results are. And developing research skills is vital to encourage medical practice to use the best medical-based evidence which is over there. But it is neglected in India, as I said, because there is no incentive to do research. Not only that, but there is no incentive not to do research also. So it is both ways. So the government is not forcing us to do research also, obviously because of other reasons where there is no finances, where there is no infrastructure, and they are not giving us adequate funds as far as research is concerned. And any research, as you know, it takes 18 to 20 years for it to actually be acceptable as a clinical excepting during the pandemic, where we saw the vaccines and all coming within 6 months and 1 year, they were coming out. That was an aberration as far as research is concerned. Then there was studies done also as far as research is concerned, why junior doctors are not interested. I think my photograph is in between. But if you see that the time constraints which were there, because once I want to go for research, I should not be beyond a certain level taught about clinical medicine, because I am more interested into research medicine. That doesn't take place in India. We are still supposed to know everything which is put down as far as your medicine is concerned, and also do research, so you do not have the time to do that. So all these, this is feedback from the students itself which we have got, and this is what we find. Even junior doctors' responses that what we should be doing. So there should be more training sessions for doctors. Then, the peers in charge should guide them properly. The seniors should guide them properly. All these things that the junior doctors themselves have said. Then as far as NEP is concerned, the hope it will change as far as medical research is concerned, because it talks about having high quality interdisciplinary research, and they are going to form a national research foundation. For any research you require a lot of funds. So a foundation will be formed by the government, which basically will be funding this research in the future. So that will be another avenue, especially for you youngsters, to go into what is called, because I find a lot of our doctors, after doing MD, MS over here, they go to the Western countries and they go into research over there. So if they can do research over there and help that country out, why can't you help India if you are given that platform? Yes, the platform is not yet ready, but I hope that within the next 3-4 years it may come down. Then from the push from the medical councils also, so that also has come. I don't know how many of you are residents over here, but basic course in medical research has become compulsory, which you are supposed to do before you can go for your MD, MS exams. I hope you all know that. And this is an online course which basically teaches you only the basics of research. Very easy to do as of now. So please do that, because many students have come to me where the exam is next month and they have not finished this course, and they are not getting admission to this course because there are limited seats over there. It's an online course. So please try to do it as early as possible during your MD, MS course. And then full-time research again is not chosen by money, because they don't get enough pay out of that research, because there is no funding, as I said, in that research. But that may also change, because now we are going to get what is called as rankings for the medical college, and research is going to be one of the basis for these rankings. So maybe to get a good ranking, the medical college will go more and more for research in the future, because if they get a good ranking, it is just like engineering colleges. Why IIT have got so much of a good ranking? Why everybody wants to go to IIT? Because of what they do over there, what research they do over there. Maybe down the line, it may come in medicine also, and especially after pandemic, the focus on medical research definitely has increased day by day. And as far as research is concerned, we also as council required to do this. It is a mandate, vision and mission which we tried to do when I was in National Medical Commission, but the time period was very less. And basically this is what the council should be doing to inculcate a culture of research in the students in the future also. And I see a time where research scientists, just like in Western countries, tomorrow will be held much higher than clinical scientists, what we are today, as far as the society is concerned. So, students, I know you are going, as we always say, you are going through hell. We have gone through that, we have come out, but we don't want you to suffer the same way. So, there are few things that you should learn to do during your student days only. Also, walk, that means take exercise, do yoga, do pranayam. Laughter is the best medicine, and this is where your colleagues come together, meet in the evening, do something other than your medicine. Music, dance, dhyana. I think I just spoke to Dr. Patil. He said he has got a huge cultural college over there which helps them out. And when I entered over there with that legim and that band which was there, I think this was something for the first time I have experienced the medical students doing anywhere in India. And I think I must congratulate you for that, sir, for inculcating that culture into our medical students. And this definitely will act as a de-stress for all these students, when they partake into all these issues. And the most important thing is sleep, which is most important. Not only for students, I would say, but even for doctors who have gone into practice. We are finding more and more doctors at the age of 35 and 40 getting massive myocardial infarct and, expiring. Why do they do that? Because they are so busy in their practice that they do not get minimum 6 to 8 hours of sleep, which is required for your body and your mind to recuperate, and that definitely has a stressful effect on you. So then let me come to this contentious issues which Dr. Ashokan has already spoken about. Next, we fought against this next, in IMA also, unfortunately it came. Then we tried to make a lot of changes in this next also, and try to bring, and definitely some changes have been made in the National Commission after we put our objections. But next is, as far as you are concerned, it's going to be in two parts. Part 1 is going to be an all India test, it's going to be an online test, and it is going to be objective type of test. But let me tell you, all of us seniors know medicine is not an objective subject. It is a subjective subject, because no two patients can be treated and managed in the same way. Their response will be completely different. And if you are going to have only objective type, how are you going to create good doctors? It is very, very surprising. And then after that, once you pass next, you are supposed to do your internship, and then you are supposed to give what is called as next 2, which is going to basically be a clinical test which is there, which will be held by your university or your medical college. As far as next 2 is concerned, you are supposed to only, it will be pass or fail. There is no ranking. Ranking will be there in next 1. And next 1 basically will be a stepping stone for you to either go in for practice, go in for your post-graduation, and even for FMG students, that is the foreign medical graduates, for them also next is going to be very important, because screening test will go off completely and they will directly have to give next, so that they come at the level with the Indian students. So unfortunately what is going to happen is, if you see over here, in short, you give your final MBBS, give next 1. If you pass, you go for internship. If you fail, zoop, you go back again to stage 1. Now what they have done, if you remember in the past, if you fail 3rd MBBS, your next exam was supposed to be after 6 months. Now why have you failed? Because you are not ready to give that exam. That is what we take when we take your exam. Now what they have said is, within 1 month, the subsidiary exam would be taken. Now if a student doesn't pass now, within 1 month, how is he going to study the whole MBBS course to again pass? And if he doesn't pass at that time, then he has to wait for 1 full year. So as I said, there are few things which are still bad in next, for which IMA will be fighting. Then you do your whole internship, you do your next 2. As I said, it is just going to be a clinical test, and it will be held by a college, pass or fail. If you pass, you can go either for your practice or your PG. If you fail, again you go back to stage 1 and give all your exams again. So this is what is going to be the problem as far as next is concerned. So as far as MMC is concerned, let me tell you, because your relationship with the state council will come as soon as you finished your next, or now your 3rd MBBS exam. And this is the mistake which many of the students are doing, because you have to get your provisional certificate before you start your internship. But in MMC, we understood that sometimes it is a little difficult to get it before, so we have given you a 3-month period within which to get your provisional certificate and start your. So if you start your internship, and after 1 month also or 2 months you submit your provisional certificate, we allow you to do that. But once it goes to NMC, which is now going to go after it goes to next, I don't know how far they are going to allow you to do that. So see to it, and I request even the deans of the medical colleges to inculcate into all these students, because many a times they finish their MBBS 12 months, their internship 12 months, and then they write to the MMC that I have finished, and the deans also write, yes, they have finished their internship, but if you see the rule says that 12 months internship after you get your provisional certificate. So please take, and we have made it very, very easy, remember, because now we have made everything online. Not only online, we have given a lot of powers to the local deans also. They can collect all your certificates and all your, you have to put you have online, all of you are experts online. Online you do the application and give all the forms to the deans. We have given the powers to the deans to collect the forms, endorse those forms, and send the whole bundle And why we did that was, we used to find in about 10 years back, that all the students after passing used to, stand. We had a very small office. Now, of course, if you come to, please do visit the Maharashtra Medical Council. It is like a corporate, huge office over there. You will enjoy that office. But we used to find that even on the staircase, the students used to be standing in line for hours. Few of them used to drop down.
Last 5 minutes.
Yeah, finish almost. So that's why we changed it everything to online, and we gave the powers to the deans to do over there. And you even cannot work in any private private institutions or hospitals unless you have got your permanent registration done. So this is just what I said. The deans have given the powers to collect all your certificates and send it to Maharashtra Medical Council. This is where online directly you can go and fill online all your. So last few slides, as seniors sometimes we have to give some, as they say, jnana to you, though sometimes I take jnana from my students. So explore more on the information. Don't listen to what only your parents say or your teachers say, so you do that, explore. Because as you said, if you enjoy the subject in which you are going to practice in future, you will never go into depression. You will enjoy that, doing that. So if I knew I wanted to become a surgeon, I enjoyed my almost 40 years as a surgeon, which may not be the case now, because many a times, when my students come to me and they tell me, sir, I have passed NEET, I ask them, what are you going to take? No, sir, I am applying for pediatrics, orthopedics and ophthalmology. I said, either you are a surgeon as a personality, and there have been papers on that, or you are a medical person. You cannot choose medicine or surgery, and you are not going to be happy in that. So you explore yourself and go into the field that you want. Talk to your seniors, talk to your teachers, take their opinion as far as all these things are concerned, and then plan your future. Find a role model. Your teachers can be your role model. Your seniors can be your role model. We require a more, and this is in Indian culture, Guru Shishya is going on for years and even for decades, for centuries. So find a role model and follow that role model. Put all these pieces together before you decide which field you are going to take, then definitely you are going to be happy in that field. Dare to dream big. Dream big even in medicine. Don't go by route whatever you want to do. Dream something beyond what you want to do. Future you see is the future that you are going to get, and this is something for when you go into practice. This is a profession. We have to make money, because ultimately we have to live, our family has to live. But remember that money is not everything. Money should not be at the expense of your passion and your health. So follow your passion. I know so many of my colleagues who at the age of 60 have given up surgery, have gone for photography, have gone for nature and everything. They have done that. So they are following their passion. They had good practices and everything. So, and at health, which I have already said, please have a good 6 to 8 hours of sleep every day. You are not doing anybody a favor by working 24 hours as a clinician. Remember, choose a career because you are passionate about it, and those who are crazy enough to think that they can change the world, and you juniors are the ones, as Dr. Ashokan has said, you are going to be the one who are going to change the world. They are the ones who will definitely change the world. So, wish you all the best for your future, and thank you very much, and keep on smiling what I see in all your faces today. Thank you very much.
By Dr. Utture sir. Utture sir is a man of progressive thoughts. आणि मला उत्तुरे सरांबद्दल आणखीन एक माझी आठवण अशी आहे की मी जे हॉस्पिटलमध्ये असताना उत्तुरे सर तिथे प्रोफेसर होते, आणि वी यूज टू एनवी हिज स्टुडंट्स बिकॉज आय वॉज वर्किंग इन ऑफ्थॉल्मॉलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट. सो यू कॅन अंडरस्टँड माय पेन. सो अशा प्रकारचे आपल्याला 10 ते 15% किंवा 20% जरी प्रोफेसर्स आपल्याला मिळाले तरी आपल्या इथे कुठल्याही मुलाची, स्टुडंटची आत्महत्या होणार नाही किंवा त्यांना स्ट्रेस येणार नाही, कारण हेच लोक आपल्याला इन्फ्लुअन्स करतात बाकीच्या लोकांना. ओके, थँक्यू एव्हरीबडी. I'll call upon our moderators to felicitate.
Utture sir is famously known as teachero ke teacher. And in the crowd, there are two crazy people who have changed the world. Utture sir and Ulhas Patil sir. Hats off to both of them. Any questions?
Sir, I have worked with Dr. Ulhas Patil sir, and I know I was HOD and professor, head of the department in ophthalmology. आणि आमच्याकडचे पण टीचर तेवढ्याच प्रोग्रेसिव्ह आणि मॉडेस्ट विचाराचे आहेत. आणि we are fortunate enough to work with Dr. Ulhas Patil and to get such good students in Ulhas Patil Medical College.
Good afternoon, Dr. Uttare sir. You were the part of the National Medical Commission. So, as far as this competency-based medical education, who has recommended to this NMC? Whether it was insisted by WHO or WHO is a so-called puppet of USA. So what is your idea? Second, sir, to prevent next one and next two, what is the easiest way? This NMC is a central body. Can it be challenged in Supreme Court by student or citizen? Or can IMA can lead to the Supreme Court?
So yes, the second part of the question I'll take first as far as next one, next two is concerned. I don't know how far you can really change next one because that is there in the act. And anything which is passed in an act, unless it is grossly goes against the public, even the Supreme Court unfortunately does not take cognizance because it is there in the act which is passed on the floor of the House, and if you want to change that, it has to be again passed on the floor of the House. So any amendments have to be done that. Next two, definitely we are planning, we are talking in talks with NMC. I don't know how far it will be possible, and to tell you as far as NMC is concerned, though I was there over there, as I have said, that now there are all nominated members over there. And there are 4 boards which are formed over there. The powers are given to these autonomous boards. So there is an undergraduate board, postgraduate board, and let me tell you how it works. As far as you know, the recent most registration, the whole process they have changed over there. Now for 2 years, I fought against them saying that you cannot take away the powers of the state councils to register because health is a state subject. They agreed at that time, they kept quiet. Unfortunately, we left NMC last year and then they suddenly came out with its registration. Again, we have been lucky, and I think I have to congratulate Dr. Ashokan sir, who held an online meeting with all the councils of all the states, and we explained to them that what are the problems if this notification is accepted by us, and we said that we have to fight this notification. After that, there was a physical meeting in NMC with the state councils where they have exactly what IMA has said, they have put forward over there, and now that board, the EMRB board, has accepted that yes, there are some discrepancies over there, at least they require to change the wordings in that notification, and they will do that. We bring pressure in the proper way. See, it should not be continuously a confrontation with the government. It is extremely difficult to confront the government and get things done. What I would say is, let us try to manipulate the government in doing things which we want. And we have done that successfully in Maharashtra. As you know, the Clinical Establishment Act, more than 13 years we have not allowed that to come in Maharashtra, purely because IMA has opposed that. Okay? So if you sit with the government and talk to them and try to explain them to a proper way, definitely they also come under pressure. We saw that classically in Rajasthan just now, what happened when all the doctors shut down all the institute and made the government come to their knees and take back the whole issue of that emergency treatment free of charge in private hospital. We can do that, but it requires a lot of fight, it requires a lot of dialogue, and it requires time, but we will try to do it, definitely.
Anyone else? Any other question?
I would like to call upon Dr. Tushar Bendale, Dr. Bharat Borole, and Dr. Arvikar sir.
Any student wants to ask anything? Yeah, please come.
Dr. Arvikar sir. Dr. Arvikar sir, our Dean of Ulhas Patil Medical College, will felicitate Dr. Utture sir by giving a memento and bouquet.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Bendale, Dr. Tushar Bendale will felicitate Dr. Prashant Bhutada. Dr. Bharat Borole will felicitate Dr. Anil Pasnekar sir. Okay, you want to ask question? Come over here.
Yes. Last student may have your attention, please. Yes. Keep quiet. Last. Ignited minds are the powerful weapons on the earth. And these ignited minds, when it happens, when you provide a good educational activities like the seminars, the lectures, goal-oriented lectures, then the practicals, and the activity like continuing medical education, and as well as the program, today's program is Healthcare Conclave. So to ignite your minds, I would like to introduce or invite today's speaker for his lecture. He is going to speak the topic, resilience, quality to acquire you as a doctor. The moderator for this session are Dr. Ajay Shah sir and Dr. Milind Naik sir. Dr. Ajay Shah sir, I would like to invite Dr. Ajay Shah sir and Milind Naik sir on the stage. Dr. Ajay Shah sir, Chairman of JDN Maharashtra State. Dr. Milind Naik sir, past President of IMA. There is some change. Instead of Milind Naik sir, I would like to invite Dr. Santosh Kadam sir as a moderator. So it's my honor to introduce the Shiv Joshi sir. Shiv Joshi sir is currently chairman of IMA MSN Maharashtra. He is standing committee member of the IMA Junior Doctor Network and the National Advisor Student Network Organization India. Dr. Joshi has completed MBBS, MD and postgraduate diploma in geriatric medicine from Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Sevagram. He has completed the international certification in principles of bioethics and human rights from the Department of Education of UNESCO. Chair in the bioethics, he also has a postgraduate diploma in the bioethics and health law. He holds the position as a founder, leader and member in various prominent organizations nationally and internationally across the globe, including the WHO. He advocates strongly in domains of community health, bioethics and rights of medical profession. So it's honor to invite Dr. Ajay Joshi sir on the stage. Please come sir.
Thank you, sir, for that introduction. I would say that the previous presentations have set a very solid foundation what I am going to tell now. And in the last session, we are looking about millennials, and I tend to be one. My friend Indranil here and few of the students in the crowd as well would be millennials. But I'm more convinced that a lot of you will also be coming from a generation Z, a post-millennial generation, people who were born after 1996 are generation Z. How many of you here are after 1996? Birth date? Yeah, quite a lot of you. And that brings me to Ashokan sir's point. As medical students, or let's say as doctors and as children, we do not have a huge attention span. So this is probably the most wordy most worded slide in the entire presentation. And I'm going to keep it one word per slide for the next of the slides. Before we begin, I request all of you to stand up for a moment, please. Can we just raise our hands up? We needed some change of posture, right? We can just wave on one side, go to the other. Great, great. Please have a seat, please have a seat. So I understand you've had a marathon sessions going on with some really important discussions. What I'm going to focus on today is a soft skill. It's a soft skill, developing resilience. You're not going to look at any academic figures here. You're not going to look at acts, legal issues, because that have been put wonderfully well by our giants in the field. I intend to take you through a journey of developing resilience. And it begins with why resilience, why we are talking about resilience. If you look at us as students, as medical students and as residents, when we start our journey as MBBS students, or when we start our journey as residents, we are not starting from equal places. What I mean by that, what are the equal places? So in my batch of MBBS, there were my friends who came from an economically disadvantaged background. There were few colleagues who came from a family where they had lost a parent. There were some people who traveled huge distances to come to our medical colleges. I'm pretty sure there must be some of you here who are coming from different states to study and take your education here. So let's be very clear, we do not all start from the same place. A lot of us have certain kind of disadvantages, and a lot of us also have certain kind of advantages right from the beginning, right? That's why we are talking about resilience, because it is not about creating equality, it is about creating equity. Let me put that concept in place. Equality would mean what? Everyone gets equal quantity of things, right? So if it is money, everyone gets 500 rupees in this hall. But what is equity? Equity is about taking you to a same level. A person who has 300 rupees is given 200 rupees so that he has 500 rupees. A person who has 500 rupees is not given anything because he has 500 rupees. Bringing everyone to a certain level is equity, not giving everyone the equal amount of things. And that is the second reason why we need resilience, because a lot of us are not given what we need to come at that equal level, right? Not all of us can study at AIMS. We are studying at different institutes. Not all of us have the kind of money that you need to put for different coaching classes that you need to attend without any guarantee of whether you will be getting your post-graduation admissions or not, right? That's why we are talking about resilience. So we are talking about creating that equity, right? Let's talk about mistakes. Mistakes, galtiyan, each one of us does mistakes. It may be a small mistake, as small as maybe, forgot to take something to your class. It's just a mistake. It can be something gross. Maybe you were dealing with a patient and you did a mistake. May or may not have ended well for the patient. There are mistakes happening at policy levels. We are looking at next as a wonderful example of a mistake. Why we are doing it? Probably it's a mistake. So mistakes have happened, will happen, are happening at the moment. However, when mistakes do happen, there is an associated feature of stress. Now mind you, in established literature, we have two kinds of stress. We say diamond is carbon, which performed well under pressure, right? So stress can be a U stress or a distress. Okay? A stress that is good, that ultimately increases your performance in any way, is a good kind of stress. You should have it in your life. Having self-discipline is a good kind of stress. Waking up at 6 a.m., doing your jogs, what sir was just mentioning, Otture sir, keeping up with your study schedule and saving time for your leisure activities is part of self-discipline, right? It is a stress. It's not easy to have that self-discipline, but it's a U stress. It's a good kind of stress to have in your life. But then there is distress, right? And distress often has a stem into our understanding of the situation. Why I say that? We'll look. Failure. As young doctors, we need to understand that we are bound to fail in some area of our lives. Let's not just talk about failure as a failure in an exam. We might fail in a friendship. We might fail as a, as a son or as a daughter in our families. There can be anything. It can be anything, right? You will fail at some point of time. It is fine. But when you look at the stress, the mistakes, and the failure, the important thing to realize is how you see your failure. And that brings me to a very important statement: failure is not an option. We have heard it multiple times. You'll hear it more so if you work in a corporate kind of setting. Failure is not an option. And I put a question mark there, not a full stop, because it's a question that we need to think. Which kind of failure is not an option? The failure which you've decided for yourself is not an option. Failure as a stepping stone is an option. It's a full stop, not a question. So it depends on how you see that failure. If I say failure is not an option, how at all you are going to learn? Let's say a very short, you can do something. It can be a very short exercise on a daily basis, which can help you understand how you view your failure. So let's say you had your day. In the night before going to bed, write a 5-line summary of your day, a reflection, okay? It can be anything. It can be as simple as, you were out with 4 of your peers and maybe you suggested something which was not liked by the other colleague, and you somehow still managed to pull up the group to do what you wanted, right? Reflect on it, how that went. Could there have been a way to create a win-win situation for everyone? Because you failed somewhere in your part of friendship. You could not take your friend with you, okay? So it's that kind of failure we are talking about. That kind of failure is an option where you can reflect and create some positive changes. Which failure is not an option? Where you give up. So that failure should not be an option. Let's move ahead to a very interesting magical trick, okay? So there are 6 cards in front of you, and I want you to remember one card for yourself. You don't have to tell that to anyone. Just remember one card in this 6 cards. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it disappear in the next slide, okay? Everyone should have one card in their minds, okay? Everyone done? Anyone who is still thinking about the card? Okay, great. So hopefully when I turn the slide, your card won't be there. Anyone whose card is still there? Oh, there's one person. Okay, great. So let's say, but for let's say the hall -1 people, I was able to remove your card from the slides, right? This trick is intended to tell you something about the three important concepts that I'm going to talk about. First is misconception. Misconception. It's a two, you can break that word into miss and conception, just like a miss and take, right? So it's a conception which was wrongful. So I gave you two pieces of information here. I told that there are 6 pieces of cards, and you have to remember one of them. And the second one was that I'm going to make it disappear in the next slide, right? These are 2 sets of instructions. Very similar to kind of our medical education pattern as well, our books as well, kind of research that floats around as well. There's an entire new term coined during COVID, which was an infodemic. Infodemic, because we are having an epidemic of information, wrong information. What information does is, when it is given to you as an instruction, so when I say select one card, your mind narrows down to one card out of the 6. I am pretty sure none of you would have remembered any card outside of your own card. Not possible? It's a bit difficult. Very few people will be able to do it. That is what I'm coming to. Because misconceptions are directed by the instructions. And with that misdirection comes assumptions. The second piece of information was related to what I told you in the first one. Because I told you there are 6 cards, select one and I'm going to make it disappear in the next slide, you were already assuming that the card will not be there in the next slide. Correct? What the misconception assumptions do is, it takes away your ability to think out of the box. It takes away the ability to be skeptical. Now what is being skeptical? So, certain friends of mine had a concept of being skeptical. जो हो उसमें question खड़ा कर दो. That is being skeptical. That's not being skeptical. That's being irrational. A skeptical person is a stubborn person, but with an openness to change his ideas when explained with a rational. Okay? Let me come at it again. A skeptical person is definitely a stubborn person. It's very difficult to change their opinions, but they are people with an open mind to allow you to change their opinion given enough rationality. Okay? That is what skepticism means actually. When I say assumptions will always be based on the kind of instruction and the notion that you have in your minds. And that brings in expectations. And information in your mind leads to certain assumptions. Let's assume that this is going to happen. And then you have an expectation that, yes, this will happen. Right? I'll go back to those slides where the magic happened. Alright? These were the slides that I showed you. And I asked you to select one out of the 6 cards. If you look at the next slide, none of the 6 cards repeat, actually. So anyways, I was going to succeed at that trick, right? I don't know how that one person saw his card. But that's skepticism playing in, okay? I'm stubborn. I know that cannot happen, okay? He cannot see his card. It is not there. These are 6 different cards, okay? But it was very difficult for any one of you sitting here to point that out, that probably no, these are all 6 different cards. It's not just my card missing. It's impossible. It's impossible. Because of that misconception that I created in the first place. And the assumption you had in your mind that it is going to be the same 6 cards and only my card will go ahead. I did not say that. But you assumed that, okay, in the next slide, यही 6 cards जाएंगे और सिर्फ मेरा card जाएगा, right? And that was the expectation that, oh, मेरा card चले गया, you know, that happened, and you feel, okay, yes, this is what I expected. That brings me to the very interesting question, how to be resilient. There are certain things, certain people who are born resilient. So it is very difficult to pull them down. You know, they will, if they fall, they'll just stand up. Kids, especially children, they'll fall, they'll immediately stand up. Because in their minds, they still do not have the ideas of misconceptions, assumptions and expectations. It is us as adults when we start having this. So it's not just around the medical education, it's a fact as a life. So yes, okay, certain people are born resilient, fine. But can this be acquired? We are looking at our own colleagues who are committing suicide, right? Only 2 days ago, I had a recent episode of suicide, one of my own alumni who committed it, okay? So it is not something very uncommon. In our profession, students, residents, even people after their residency, for the lie of, shortage of doctors, our doctors are unemployed in a lot of places. So suicides happen, okay? So can we acquire this quality of resilience? I am going to show this creature to you. If you know about this one, please raise your hand. Do you know what this creature is? Anyone? Yes, please. Ma'am. Tardigrade, yes. Very nice, very nice. Very nice. So this guy has more chances of becoming resilient because he also thinks outside of your, routine curriculum and books. Please sit, please sit. The common name for this tardigrade bear is the water bear, okay? It is one of the organisms which is born resilient. Doesn't matter, extreme cold, extreme heat, doesn't matter. It will survive, it will keep on surviving, okay? All of us may not be born resilient. And that's why the session for today, a 5-step process that I'm trying to delineate about how to become resilient, okay? And this 5-step process is based on the fact that we can rewire our brains. So while there's a lot of debate around can we have new neurons in our brains, though there are studies which say that yes, we can, but neuroplasticity is an established concept. We can definitely rewire our brain in literal sense. It's not about like a motivation speak, rewire your brain. Not like that. It's an evidence-based thing. You can rewire your brain. You can form new connections in your brain. So every time you think about something in a fixed pattern, you create a new kind of connection in your brain, okay? So how do you acquire this, the process? Step 1 is to set up the premise. What do you mean by the premise? Premise is something that has happened, okay? Let's say you have an exam to come, okay? You have an exam in a week, let's say. Setting up a premise would mean where I am now, okay? The present is the premise. So how much is there yet to cover? How much time do I have? Let's say you want to get fit, okay? So what is my BMI today? How many hours do I have in my schedule anywhere which I can spare for my daily fitness related activities? So it can be anything. It is not just your education, okay? So first you have to set that premise of where you are trying to be resilient, where you thought there is a failure, okay? Maybe you were tending to achieve a certain amount of score in your exam and you could not do it. It might be a perceived failure for you. So you set the premise, what went wrong, right? That is what setting the premise means. Laying the foundation of what has happened, what has already happened, okay? So that is setting the premise. Second is, which aspects of those premises can you control? Let's say if we take the same example of your exam coming in, can you control the amount of time that you have? You cannot, right? You have that time what you have. If it is in 1 week, you have 1 week. That's nothing more that you can control about it, right? Can you control the kind of questions that will come in the question paper? You can't, right? What usually happens is, I am pretty sure all of us as medical students will have IMP questions marked in our books. Everyone? Most of us, right? Again, misconceptions that they are IMPs. You assume that these are the questions which will come in the paper. And then you expect that my question paper is going to give me this many marks. Okay? So set that premise. Okay, I have an exam. This much is to be covered. And this much time I have. You cannot control anything about this. What you can control actually is what and how much can I actually cover. That is what you can control on your end, right? That is the only thing that you can control. So setting those parameters in your premise, what you can really control. So this is something where you are planning for the next thing, right? You are planning for something that is bound to happen, exam that is due to come. But there may be things that has already happened, right? For example, let's take the same example where there was a group of 4 friends who wanted to go and do something, but you probably took the lead and made them do something else, right? Set the premise. What can you control about it? You cannot change the friends. You cannot control that, right? They are who they are, right? What you can control is the kind of behavior that you put in the place, okay? And with that comes the third step, acceptance. The real problem with us as human beings in general is we cannot accept things. We want things to go in a certain way because we have the misconceptions, assumptions and expectations out of the things. It is really important to accept the part which you cannot change so that you can have more time for the things that you do have in control. Because bothering about the kind of time that I don't have, the kind of money that I cannot spend, it's of no use. And that acceptance needs to come. And that is a very essential step of developing resilience. If you cannot accept what limits you, then it will not be functional. The process doesn't become functional. And that brings me to the fourth one, respond. I could have written react, but I chose to write respond. Why? Because react is just like the law, equal and opposite reaction. What has happened, the action, equal and opposite reaction. But reaction is never thoughtful. It's an impulse. Okay? So we need to think about what has happened. And that's why we said that we are setting the premise to understand the factors that we can control and accept what we cannot control so that we have more time to change things that we can. And that is where respond comes in. How could I have done the same thing better? You cannot reach this stage if you cannot reach acceptance. Because you are not even accepting that there was a, you still feel that there was so much you could have done and you did not do. And that's why we start, that vicious cycle of how incompetent I am, or maybe I did not do what I was supposed to do. I'm not fulfilling the expectations of what people have of me. A lot of other things. That's why you need to respond. And then you come and revisit the premise. Now you see, if the same situation comes in front of you, now you're better prepared. And that is what actually resilience is all about. In Hindi, it is pratirodhak kshamta. It's like, and it is very similar to your immunity. Immunity is also rog pratikarak shakti hum kehte hain in Hindi. Okay, so immunity. The same thing that immunity does for your body, resilience does for your brain. It is your immune system. Okay? Resilience takes care of the mental health. And it is not a one-day thing. You cannot acquire resilience just after listening to the session or just after a few days of practicing what I'm trying to tell here. But it is a process. The more you do, better you become. Okay? So that's the idea that I wanted to share with you. If you have any questions, you're welcome.
Audience, yes.
I think, okay. I think all the dignitaries have gone, and this morning we must thank them, and they must be very hungry. First of all, let me congratulate the visionary leader, Dr. Ulhas Patil, Dr. Ketki Patil, who is really grooming under Dr. Ulhas Patil, and Dr. Anil Patil, who has organized such a nice healthcare conclave. And it was a very good response. We can see the level of the speakers and the applause they got from you, as well as the quality of question answers from the student. We really have ignited the young minds, and they have become really powerful tool. And there is a need that we should arrange such kind of conclave in all the medical colleges and keep on igniting the young brains. Apart from this, friends, the last speaker is amongst you only. IMA started grooming him from your days. That is, he joined MSN, then joined JDN, and now serving for WHO and become a mainstream IMA leader. I think we have to develop the leadership right from your young age. We have to catch you young, like NSU and ABVP does the things. This is the need of IMA. So this is my earnest appeal to all of you. You should become IMA MSN member and then eventually IMA JDN. Thank you, Shiv. You have really taught us how to be resilient and develop soft skills. One more appeal to you, as all the leaders spoke about how from the difficult situation we are going on and how injustice is being made to the medical fraternity. So our IMA president has appealed that we have to be very strong on social media, and we have a target of having a fan following of 2 million. So this is my earnest request to all of you, that please follow our IMA, Indian Medical Association Facebook page, subscribe for YouTube channel, and tweet and retweet on the Twitter wherever we come out with the problems faced by you. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, Shah, sir.
Yeah, hello. Well, I've been with MSN, JDN, and Shiv Joshi was the first member, you can say, who started MSN. He graduated to JDN and
Give them a big round of applause.
And now he's a faculty member giving you the speech. That's good. I don't want to bore you because you didn't have any questions. So I know you want to go for lunch. Now, only one thing, I think all of you have resilience, no doubt, or else you will not be here. He has told you what really resilience is. Maybe you did not know it, but now you know it. Maybe wherever there is a lacuna where you've been missing a bit here and there, that can be filled up because now you know it. So resilience for being a doctor, and empathy. That's the other word for you to be a successful doctor. That's all. These are the two words you must have in mind. You're already resilient, now become empathic. And I think empathy is another big lecture, so don't worry. Go into the dictionary and look up Google also. Empathy is very important. Without empathy, you will have all these things coming back. Assault on doctors and this, that, and other. If you have empathy, you're going to be a very successful and a very lovable doctor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your nice word and the knowledgeable, the thoughts you are giving to the student. So here I am proceeding with the felicitation. Thank you, sir, Shiv Joshi, sir, for giving a nice way of explanation of the topic. Give him a big round of applause. How a way of explaining the topic is. So I would like to request Ajay Shah, sir, to felicitate Shiv Joshi, sir, about a token of appreciation, memento, and the bouquet to offer him. Yes, give. Yes, student, don't be silent. Yes. Now I request Vaibhav, sir, to offer a bouquet to Ajay Shah, sir. Ajay Shah, sir. Thank you, sir, for valuable inputs during the session. I request Ketki Patil madam to felicitate Santosh Kadam sir with memento and offer a bouquet. Thank you, sir. Thank you for valuable inputs during the session. Thank you so much, sir. So guys, 3 minutes. Saransai. Only 2 lectures are there. Of 3 minutes only. Or no. Ma'am, only 3 minutes. That shows, that fulfills the criteria of woman empowerment. I am requesting to come Dr. Soplanjali Adao Madam to give a speak for 3 minutes only, right?
It's not a lecture, it's just an introduction, don't worry. And happy Sunday.
I'm sure every one of you are hungry. I won't take lots of time. And moreover, when such eminent speakers have already spoken, it's a dual task for me. One, to talk at this hour, and the second is to have an impromptu talk. So let me welcome you all. Just let me put you on an active mode. Please think on this riddle. There was a son and a father who were traveling at night, and they met with an accident. Unfortunately, the father died. The son suffered from multiple fractures, and then he was rushed to a medical college where the best surgeon was prepared to operate on this boy. And you know what? The surgeon said, "Sorry, I cannot operate. He is my son." Can you get the answer of this riddle? How is it possible? So, I'm sure many of you must have understood that it was the mother who was an efficient surgeon who was going to operate the son. But for at least fraction of seconds, even for a fraction of seconds, you just don't get that thing clicked in your mind that the best surgeon could also be a woman. So I believe that women have always been empowered with all their wit and capabilities. There is no lack of opportunities, mind you, there is no lack of opportunities for women out there, but there's lack of realization of our powers and lack of hard work. Today, every woman is entitled to equal opportunities in majority of the fields, but the enthusiasm is definitely lacking somewhere. Where there's a will, there's a way, is my motto. We women have most of the times got our priorities wrong. And there lies the mindset of our society. Nobody is holding us back, but it's us who hide our lack of determination behind traditional beliefs and patriarchal practices. Women have always been the strength of a family, society, and a nation. Since ages, men have mastered the art of multitasking. Multitasking in the sense of earning a livelihood, nurturing a family, taking financial decisions, and social leadership at different forms. They have been doing this flawlessly without a guilt by keeping their priorities right. And that's the best thing that men do over here. And I want every woman to follow these things and learn this trick of multitasking from a man. I want everyone, all women out here, and even the men out here, to let their women know this, to nurture our capabilities first, develop leadership skills, be bold enough to be the change maker, and then become the catalyst in changing the mindset of the society. When a woman fights tooth and nail, when she fights definitely for a cause, nobody can stop her, and I'm sure everyone out here will believe this. Using the platform of Women Doctors Wing, we would like to bring more women in the mainstream and strengthen IMA with our unwavering support, fierce leadership, and collaboration skills. Team WDW Maharashtra, under the leadership of Dr. Ketki Patil, will be conducting a weekly lecture series which will be on important topics related to academics, hospital management, medical legal issues, financial literacy, and most importantly, emotional well-being. I'm more than happy to announce EveCon 2023 will be hosted by IMA Nashik Road in the month of September during my presidential year. Our chairman, WDW, Dr. Ketki Patil, co-chairman, Dr. Nagina Naidu, and myself, the convener, have already started working on it to make it a huge success. It would be a humongous task to enlighten women doctors all over Maharashtra in variety of aspects. The day every member gets, and the riddle which I had asked that many of you must have missed it. So the answer, like the day when every member gets the perfect answer to that riddle, I would call them true intellectuals. Thank you. Jai IMA, Jai Maharashtra.
So much, madam. I would like to request Varsha Patil, madam, to felicitate Adho, madam, to offer a bouquet. Yes. Okay, I know your situation. Yes, but let me speak first. There is only 5-minute session of felicitation of MSN worker, then followed by vote of thank. Is that clear? Yeah. So, okay. Okay, I would like to request, come forward and proceed with the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Indranil Deshmukh, National Council member of IMA Junior Doctors Network. First of all, I want to thank Ashokan sir for coming to Maharashtra and attending this JD and MSN event. I want to tell everyone that he is the pioneer of Junior Doctors Network in IMA. In 2019, he inaugurated the IMA JDN National Council, which was started working under the leadership of Abul Hassan sir, Ajoy Shah sir, and Dr. Shiv Joshi sir. In the span of 4 years, IMA JDN is not just evolved in the membership, but also it impacting the lives of junior doctors in the country. After that, when Lele sir became the national secretary, he along with Utture sir started the membership portal for junior doctors. And I want to tell everyone that under the leadership of State IMA, Kute sir, Kadam sir, Dinesh Thakre sir is there, Rajiv Agrawal sir and Ajoy Shah sir, we are the only state who has the highest membership in the country. We have more than 37 college councils, and we are the only state who conducts elections for JDN and MSN. No other state conducts such kind of election. We conduct through e-voting process. Means the office bearers are directly elected from the medical student. They are not nominated. I will take this opportunity on the behalf of JDN and MSN to invite all of you to take the JDN and MSN membership, because there are many benefits of taking our membership. We give concession in the registration fees in all our events, medical credit points through our events. We provide privilege to stay in a local IMA houses. We organize many academics and research related activities. And most importantly, there is a networking with the eminent leaders and personalities. Like today, I got an opportunity to know Ulhas Patil sir. Ulhas Patil sir know me, who am I? I was just an ordinary student. But because of IMA, he knows me. Then Anil Patil sir, thank you sir for giving this opportunity and organizing this event. I will not take much time because today we have to inaugurate the MSN and JDN College Council. For this, I will request the dignitaries to come on stage. I will request Ulhas Patil sir, Ravindra Kute sir, Utture sir, Anil Patil sir, Kadam sir, and Ajoy Shah sir, Thakre sir, Shiv Joshi sir, Anil Pachnekar sir, past Vice President, Prashant Budhura sir to please come on stage. I request Bushra Khan to please announce the members of MSN and JDN team.
Thank you so much, sir. As HRD subcommittee member for IMA MSN Maharashtra, I'd like to call upon my past college council members, Shaunak Chinnamwar, Hemraj Bhole, Sanika Patil, Ajmal Ahmed, Gauri Murugan. Also, the college council elects Ruhan Bhutra, Mohammad Nazif Varikodan, Rishabh Singh Badoria, Srishti Son Pasare. I would also request the JDN members to come up on stage. Dr. Divya Nair, Vice President, Dr. Nishant Bhave, General Secretary, Dr. Govind Yadav, Joint Secretary, Dr. Hemant Mapari, State Council Member. I would also request Akash Singh, Sameer Idrisi, Yogesh Trivedi, Prachi Morale, Snehal Chatur, Avanti Gedam, Pracheta Mukund, and Bitanshu Mukhopadhyay. Sir, these are all our MSN members from Dupmc and MSN and JDN members.
I request all the dignitaries be off the dais. Yes, sir. Now we are proceeding for the vote of thank ceremony. So I would like to invite Dr. Tushar Bendale, sir, to proceed with the vote of thank. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks for this special occasion. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts rolling days in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated mentors, seniors, guides, colleagues, and volunteers. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude to Dr. R.V. Ashokan, sir, for traveling all the way from Kerala to Jalgaon to guide us on his special day. My special thanks to all the speakers, Dr. Jayesh Lele, sir, Dr. Shiv Kumar Utture, sir, Dr. Shiv Joshi, sir, for their valuable guidance. At this juncture, I would like to thank IMA headquarter dignitaries, Dr. Anil Pachnekar, sir, Dr. Mangesh Pate, sir, Dr. Vasant Lunge, sir. We thank you for being with us and guiding us today. I cannot thank everyone enough. I am also very much thankful to the present team of IMA Maharashtra, Dr. Ravindra Kute, sir, Dr. Padmakar Somwashi, sir, Dr. Dinesh Thakre sir, Dr. Santosh Kadam sir, Dr. Satyen Mantri sir, Dr. Rajiv Agarwal sir, Dr. Ajay Saha sir, Dr. Swapnanjali Ahwad, Dr. Indranil Deshmukh, and IMA Maharashtra dignitaries Dr. Ramkrishna Londe sir, Dr. Santosh Kulkarni sir, Dr. Prashant Buttada sir, for their guidance and support. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our mentor, Honorable Dr. Ulhas Patil sir and Dr. Ketki Patil. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and full all-round support to shape this conclave in this campus. It would have been impossible to organize it without their support. I would like to thank our beloved Dr. Anil Patil sir and Sunil Nahata sir for their constant help, guidance that radiated a source of energy within us. We will ever remain grateful. My sincere thanks to Dean Dr. N.S. Arvikar sir for his help and support at various stages. I am very much thankful to all the teaching faculty and non-teaching staff members of Dupmc for all the help. In the end, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues from organizing team, Dr. Bharat Borole, Dr. Ragini Patil Madam, Dr. Dilip Dekre, and Dr. Kailash Wagh, who joined hands to organize this conclave, and also thanks for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of multiple tasks. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the delegates, IMA members, junior doctors, post and undergraduate students and interns. If time is money, then today you have spent millions for us. I feel proud and thanks to all of you for making this conclave successful. Thank you very much again. Jai IMA, Jai Maharashtra, Jai Hind. Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्ज्वल जलधि तरंग तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा।